welcome to the conference call. My name is Armin Morin, and what we're going to do is get the call started on right now. Now, what we're going to be talking about on today's call is we're going to be talking about two subjects. First of all, the big seminar that's coming up in Atlanta, Georgia, in the very next just a couple months away, not even a couple months really, just a few short weeks. And we're also going to be talking with Mike Stewart for tonight, and he's going to be telling us about several different subjects. We're going to be talking about audio, we're going to be talking about video, we're going to be talking about a brand new subject called podcasting, and that's going to happen over the course of the next 60 minutes, so stay tuned for that. Before we get started, before I bring Mike on the phone, I want to talk to you about really about one subject, and that is the big seminar. It's coming up. You know, all I have to say about it is this, that the big seminar has changed people's lives, and it can literally change your life too. And we have brought in some of the biggest names in the industry and in the success and marketing and internet marketing industry, and we have brought them together in one place for 3 full days down in Atlanta, Georgia on October 8th, 9th, and 10th of April. Should they say October? That's not right. April 8th, 9th, and 10th. And what we're going to do is just basically train you. We're going to teach you. We're going to jam literally decades worth of information to you in just the course of 3 full days. So what I suggest that you do, you've already seen the website. If you go to bigseminar.com/indexatlanta.html, it's bigseminar.com/indexatlanta.html, you'll see all the details about the big seminar. And I also have an announcement that I'm going to make later on in this call in about 10 minutes or so that's going to give you a reason why to hold off your seat. The last thing you want to do is wait to register your seat. We have over 175 people registered for the seminar right now, and we've just launched a couple days ago. It hasn't even been a week yet, and we only have about 220 or so seats left for the event. Actually, to be exact, about 225 seats left for the event, and that's it. We can't hold any more. That's not a marketing ploy. That's actually just pure fact. It can't go any more than that. We can't fit any more people into the room. I can't make an announcement and say, oh, well, I'm sorry, yes, we found more room available. No, it can't happen. So we only have that many seats available, and we've just started our promotion. So what I suggest to you is if you're thinking about coming, tonight is one of the good nights that you want to go ahead and make that decision to come, and I'm going to tell you why in about 10 minutes. But before I do, what I want to do is I want to introduce to you our speaker for tonight's call, one person that's spoken at 1, not at 2, but not 3, but actually this will make his fourth big seminars that he's spoken at so far. And it's just amazing. Good friend of mine, his name is Mike Stewart. So, Mike, I'd like to welcome you to the call tonight.
Thanks, Armin. I'm looking forward to it.
Now, the question is this as well. First, what I like to do with people when I'm interviewing them is to give them an idea of kind of your background so they know, do you have a technical background? Do you not have a technical background? So just take a few minutes and just kind of bring people up to speed as far as who you are and how you got to where you are right now. And then what I want to do is I want to get into some of these more specific subjects for tonight's call.
Okay. Quickly, I am a musician first. I was a piano major in college, a music major. I played in music and bands for years, and I realized that if I was going to make a living in music, I had to learn how to record, because the only business that was not playing in nightclubs 7 nights a week like I did in college was to be in the advertising business. And I built a recording studio here in Atlanta back in the 80s, and I did radio and television sound design. I owned the studio. I composed music for these television and radio commercials, and I had many, many years of production experience, how it worked in radio and television. And so being a musician first, being a composer, being an advertising production sound designer, that's maybe a pretty big title, but that's what I did from 1980 until 1999 for 19 years. And it was a very good business. But one of the things that was frustrating about that business for me, it was work for hire. It was trading hours for dollars. So I was intrigued with the Internet. And about 97, I started a company called SoundPages.com because my vision was back then that hey, this internet is nothing more than radio and television broadcast. It's an antenna. It's the ability to broadcast information, which is basically what radio and television is all about, and the principles, the tried and true principles and techniques that have been proven successful in radio and television should work on the internet if people look at that monitor as a TV set, look at those speakers as as a complete broadcast center. And I wanted to find out how to broadcast audio and video on the internet. So that's why I started a company called Sound Pages, and because I felt like web pages shouldn't be silent. This was 1997. Now, we were on dial-up back then, and it worked, but it was a challenge. It wasn't that it didn't work. It was a challenge for individuals. People can plug up a television set, tune it to their local TV station, and in a matter of minutes start receiving content. But it wasn't that simple on the internet. But I knew if I just kept pounding away at it, I was going to figure out that there would be an opportunity here with the internet to bring the production talents and skills that I had worked with for so many years in radio and television advertising and TV. We did scores to television shows. I did the first Jeff Foxworthy special. That's some of my credits. Wrote a lot of music for a lot of different record projects over the years. I actually got a gold record for a song called Pac-Man Fever. So I've been in the music business all these angles, but the internet is just broadcast. And what I was seeing is that internet marketers and people that were getting websites were not aware that they could apply those creative technologies to the internet. And the big objection was I don't know how to make it work. Well, that has all gone to the wayside over the last 7 or 8 years since '99. We have broadband now because of flash multimedia. The technology is in place that we know audio and video works. But now one of the challenges I see is that people still need to learn how do you convey 20 years of experience of creating the content. And there's a lot of ways that we can that I've been helping my customers, and that's where I am now is consulting and helping people and providing them software and the tools to create broadcast and near broadcast quality for their websites and for their web projects and for the audio products. So that was pretty much it. 20 years of my life in 5.
Right. Okay, well, Mike, that's a pretty neat story. Pac-Man Fever, gold record. That's pretty amazing. Actually, I've seen that gold record.
Yes, yeah. You have.
I have seen that at your house. Well, Mike, I know we met just a few short years ago, and we were at a seminar. Actually, it wasn't a seminar. It's more of just like kind of a get-together down in Tampa, Florida. And there was several people there. There's myself, you, Yannick Silver, Jim Edwards, and John Reese, and Tom Antion, and a few other people were there as well, too. And one of the neatest things that you showed me is you demonstrated the use of an Edirol box. Now, I just want to give everyone a little bit of a background. I was already doing audio on the Internet. In fact, Alex Mondosian you were working with Alex at the time.
That's correct.
Helping putting Alex's voice on his website.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, well, if Alex can do this, I can do this. And so I put audio on my website too, and we noticed a quite dramatic increase. And since then, obviously, we have an audio generator. But at that time, you showed me something that has literally changed many of the well-known marketers' lives as far as them recording themselves, them getting their message out to the internet, and that is the Edirol box that you showed me that we used to produce high-quality recording.
Yeah, that's what transpired. Is the equipment back when I first started was very, very cumbersome, very difficult to operate, was very large in size. And when you were dealing with analog recording, you're talking about a physical piece of recording tape that when you wanted to get into the whole process of production is the editing process. No one makes something flawless straight through. Very rarely does that happen. It's the ability to take out what's bad and what's left is good is the editing process and the production process. And to do that years ago, it took quite a bit of skill that really no one would try to do, could do at home, had an interest to do at home, and basically what it is, they just never did it. Well, when computers got better and faster and the equipment got higher quality and smaller and more portable, then it just didn't make sense to be in the studio business anymore, because basically you can have a better quality studio sitting on a table with a laptop and like the Adderall box and a microphone than we had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on 20 years ago. So I saw the writing on the wall that I thought, look, I'm going to learn how to use this equipment and recommend it to people. In fact, Tom Antion, who was at that meeting, was the inspiration for me to get in an online business of selling hardware and teaching people these techniques, because he asked the question, he says, I want to create audio books on CD. That's what I want to do, and I want to do it in my hotel room. Because he said, I travel a lot, I'm a speaker, I'm on the road, and he says, I have a lot of downtime in the room, and I like to, utilize that time in the room doing something productive. He says, what can I do to turn my laptop into a studio? And I told him the pieces of equipment that we used in the recording studio: a good quality microphone, a compressor limiter, a sound mixer, a mixer that has phantom power on, all this techie, geeky stuff for recording engineers, and then an interface to get that into your computer. It's called a USB sound card. And then on top of that, you need some sort of recording software that would be easy enough for you understand how to record, edit, mix, and save as MP3 files and so on. And when I told him all that on the phone that day, he said, that's way too hard. He says, there's got to be a simpler method. There's got to be a simpler way. So I went and did a little researching. Basically what it was is somebody put a request out there, and I went to the store and went shopping. And I looked around, and I realized there wasn't a whole lot to choose from. So I went to the trade show called the NAMM Music Show, and it was in Nashville that year. And the company Adderall came out with the all-in-one box solution. It was just microphone, box, computer. Now you're a recording studio. And I said, oh my goodness, this makes it so dead simple that I can get back to Tom and tell him what he needs to get, and it'll be a solution. Well, he immediately says, oh, that's great, send me one, no question. He says, I just need it, I get it to me. So I dumbly said, do you think anybody else would be interested in this? And he says, oh yeah, there's all kinds of people that want to be able to create audio products themselves, and they probably just don't know they can. So that was the inspiration for me to say, well, you know what, I'm going to see if I can research and find out who else would want this. Well, the bonus to that was learning what all the other speakers have taught me. I go to these events as a recording engineer. I'm the guy usually in the back recording the sound of the I did the second big – I've done all the seminars, and I'll be probably involved with this seminar to a certain degree recording. But what it was is that I realized how to take my expertise, my knowledge, and use the methods and psychologies and strategies and all the things that you guys teach, and it's built an incredible business for me in the last less than 2 years. So that's what I showed you. And that was really that meeting with Tom and you that day when I first met you was the catalyst that got me going. That's where I got named the Internet Audio Guy, because our good friend Alex said, you know what, go grab that domain name. And if Alex says it's a good name, I'm going to grab it.
Alex grabs everything.
Well, this is back when he wasn't grabbing things.
Alex owns AskArminMorin.com and AskArmin.com. I'm a little upset with him about that.
Well, you guys duke that out later.
But, it's true. The audio, we knew the value of audio. We've seen the immediate results of using audio on the Internet. And I know, Mike, your focus has been giving us high-quality audio on the Internet, because most of the people online, believe it or not, are not techie people. They're not. They don't have the capabilities of recording a high-quality equipment, utilizing high-quality equipment, and if they do have it, most of them don't know how to use it.
Right.
And I know your equipment's so simple. I believe it or not, just shows you how simple it is. Now, the most untechnical person that I know on the Internet today, and it's no big secret, but it happens to be my good friend, Alex Mondosian.
Oh, yes.
And, in fact, what I use for my software many times in the litmus test is to send the software over to Alex without any instructions, and if he can use it, then I have a winner on my hand. But just recently, Alex and I were doing a call. I don't remember exactly what for, but Alex recorded the call on his end. So
proud of him.
So that kind of gives you an idea of how easy this is to utilize and to go ahead and make your own high-quality recordings. But what I also found out is that many people that have your equipment underutilize it.
Oh, most definitely.
I mean, I probably, I know, Mike, I use it for a wide variety of purposes.
Mm-hmm.
Everything from recording, my own music in the house here, to recording audios, recording CDs, to literally recording anything I possibly can. If I want to play around, I can plug my guitar into it, and I record directly into the computer with that.
Right.
So there's a huge wide range of purposes to just utilizing the equipment itself. But then the other side to it, as far as a business side, you have other tools available to us to show us how to record audio on the Internet. I mean, audio for the Internet, meaning over the phone, meaning recording a call just like this that we're having right now.
Well, the whole situation is one of the other inspirations is when I got an audio series that was an Internet marketing audio series that was full of really, really good content. Being an audio engineer, I got distracted by all the poor quality of sound, the volume levels of the different speakers being all over the place. One guy be very loud, then you turn it up for this guy, he was too soft, and then next guy come in and blow your speakers out in your car. There was a lot of things going on there that made me realize that even though people have great information that they can sell and share with the world, it's just so simple to learn to do it better, and you're going to get a higher perceived value on your products if you learn to do things better. Why not learn to do it with as best quality as you can? And I always say the first entry point for a good quality audio product is a good microphone, and then learning which tools quickly and easily allow you to make products. One of the things that I've seen with a lot of successful guys like Jim Edwards and yourself, the customer support, the products that you created using screen capture video, the ability to create audio CD series, the ability to record telephone interviews. There are so many opportunities for you to create money-generating products if you just know which tools and how to use them.
Right.
And so, it's not a matter of that there's one solution. This is the only solution in the world. This is a great solution that I went and cherry-picked for people. But the thing that's most valuable is not being afraid of the equipment and realizing that the learning curve is very, very small to get started. And if you learn to do this, it's going to open up doors that I already see and already am doing, and I think we're going to touch on here shortly, that if you learn to use this kind of equipment, there's a whole lot more yet to be done that's going to really help you market your business, help you create relationships with people. It helps you to create products that will make you money. There's a lot more than just being able to record your voice. There's a whole lot more coming.
Well, and there's so many reasons why people should utilize audio, especially on the Internet. It's definitely changed my business for the better over the course of the last few years especially. Many people know, I'm a little biased in this matter, but we do have a service called Audio Generator. And I'm not just plugging Audio Generator. That's not my point. My point is that what I've seen as far as results in my sales, and I've used this many times, but it's the God's honest truth when I say, putting audio on your website, by putting it strategically on your website, you'll increase your sales. I've seen as much as 400% and 500% without doing anything else. Putting on an opt-in form, a 375% increase in opt-ins. Putting on the order form itself, just telling people to go ahead and fill out the order form, we're talking over 400, about 450% increase in sales with the audio on the order form. So when you're looking at the numbers and you're looking at how much sense that it makes, there's no reason why anyone shouldn't at least utilize audio on their websites and things of that nature. Much less go on to create products, because just like we're doing right now. Right now we're actually making a product.
Yes.
We're recording this. We're making a product out of me interviewing you. It's going to be on the Big Seminar Preview Series that everyone at the seminar is going to receive for free. And they're not only going to receive it for free, but they're also going to receive resale rights to this, which is even more impressive, because these preview series that I put online, have sold for $97 all over the internet, and people have sold literally thousands upon thousands of copies of these big seminar preview series. And not only are people going to receive the preview series, but they're going to receive the preview series from the last 4 seminars, which is even more important. But again, we recorded those preview series because I want to let people know about the speakers. But since I told them about my seminar, we recorded the calls and we created products out of those. So that's, well, you figure 4 seminars right now, 4 seminars times an average of 14 speakers, that's 56 hours worth of audio.
Right.
That we recorded and made a product out of at the same time. You can't duplicate that.
Right.
You really can't. And I was doing it anyway, so it's not like I was doing anything extra.
No, oh no, it's so. That's the other advantage to learning to use a microphone and getting used to using a computer for recording is the fact that so quickly you can create product. I mean, the mere thought of sitting down at a word processor and writing a 100-page book scares me to death.
Right.
I'm not going to do it. I'll be the first to admit it. And we know for a fact that what we've learned between us all is that if we can get an outline of good content and say it into a microphone or into a telephone or whatever recording device you choose, to capture your voice, that if you talk for X amount of hours, in 3 hours you can have a 100-page book.
Right.
So there are so many defenses for learning to record. The biggest issue with me, the biggest inspiration for me is that if you had an e-book, I would buy the audio version over the printed book because I can't comprehend it. I'm an auditory learner. One of the stats that I talk about in all the seminars, and I can't leave this out, it's a true fact that 35% of your audience, or 35 cents out of every potential dollar you can earn, could be lost because someone like me says, well, I wish there was an audio version of that. I'm also proof. When I got in Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, I bought the book for $5.95 in paperback and never understood it, but I paid $29 for the CDs at Barnes & Noble, and it made sense because I comprehended it from listening. I comprehend faster, better, and easier from listening, and so will your customers. So the defenses of learning to record audio, if that's not evident, I don't know how else. I mean, I'm going to stand on the pedestal for the rest of my life telling people, learn to record, because I did it. I come from the experience of having done it as a service for people, and I know now the technology exists. Another perspective is the equipment that I bought. When I bought my first recording digital system, it was called Pro Tools on a Macintosh. We paid $20,000 for that piece of equipment to do something that for less than $700 right now you can create the same, well, in much more incredible quality. So the cost in the last 10 years has just dropped drastically. Everybody owns a computer. Hard drives are cheaper. I mean, there's never been a better time to learn how to use recorded audio. Then, if you get past that, we got to talk about the good stuff.
That's right. Well, let's before we talk about all the good stuff.
Okay.
I just want to take a 2-second break here, real quick, and because we talked about recordings and things. Here's what we do. I said I was going to make a special announcement on this call today, and the special announcement is this: anyone who orders or signs up for the big seminar by the end of the weekend, that'd be Monday morning, which would be qualified as the end of the weekend. What we're going to do is we're actually going to give away the last recordings on a special CD that you're going to receive at the seminar of the last big seminar in LA. That's the full recordings, the full audios of the recordings from the last big seminar in LA. Now, if you go to Big Seminar Recording right now, and you're going to see what we actually sell that recording for. If you go to Big Seminar, let me see, Big Seminar Recording, right now you see this is what many people in the last few months have purchased from us, and you can see the pricing right at the bottom of the page. It's $397 that we're charging for the CD set. We're going to make you a special CD of all the recordings from that event, and we're going to put them onto a single CD for you, and we're going to save you that $397 because you're going to receive it in an MP3 format, and you're going to see why in just a second, why that's going to be so important. So, and again, anyone that orders between now and on Sunday, you're going to receive that big seminar CD recording that we're going to make special for you, and we're going to ship that out for you. So, again, that's the special offer. That's a $397 value. It's the only place you can get that is through us, and the only place you can, other place that you can order it is online. So I don't care whose affiliate link, whoever referred you to the big seminar, click on their link, come to the website, sign up for your seat, get your hotel reservation booked, because that's the most important part of this. If not, you will not be staying at the same hotel as us in Atlanta, and the hotel is filling up very quickly. So, again, I'll talk about that again later on in the call, but also if you go ahead and sign up in the next 24 hours, let me repeat this again. If you sign up in the next 24 hours, I'll not only give you the big seminar CD set, but I'm also going to go ahead and make a special CD of the previous big seminar that we had prior to that, and that was in Orlando. So I'm going to give you two special CDs, over $600 value, if you sign up in the next 24 hours for the big seminar. I know many of you are thinking about coming right now, but you have about 24 hours in order to take advantage of this particular special offer. And honestly, I won't offer that again. That will be it. I won't extend it, and that'll be all. So I just want to make that announcement, and we're going to continue on here. Now, Mike, the next step is this, is something that you stumbled upon, that's redundant, but you stumbled upon called podcasting.
Yes.
And tell us a little bit about that, because I know this is what many people are really wanting to know about, is what is podcasting, how does it work, why should I even pay attention to podcasting?
Okay. Well, I'm studying and seeing applications, but let's try to describe what it is so that people don't have a mystery about it. If you can create audio content, just like we're doing right now, if you can create something that people would want to receive and listen to, then this is a technique using MP3 audio files combined with the technology of blogging. And we're going to get a little geeky here, but we have to describe it. I'm sure people have heard about blogging. I hope people have heard about what's RSS, which is Real Simple Syndication. It's a computer language like HTML. It's actually a language of XML for the geeks that want to know that. But what happens is, with the combination of using XML language of RSS, you can create a subscription to your content. And I'll say that again. What that means is, if you can create, let's say you Armin, you and I create this show. We'll call this a show. And in the show, this content can be anything we want it to be. And what I see the huge opportunity, there's two big huge opportunities I see for businesses, and I'm going to get in that in a second. But the main thing is that I can push my audio content to my subscribers using RSS syndication. Now, the way this works is that there are aggregators. An aggregator is kind of like an email program, like Outlook. And in this program, you say, I want to subscribe to Mike and Armin's radio show. So you paste one line of code in this little piece of software, and the piece of software right now that's popular is called iPodder. And what the software will do is it's programmed to go and check if you and I have posted a new show, okay? And RSS technology, like in blogging, this little piece of software called iPodder, the aggregator software, is smart enough to go out every 30 minutes or twice a day. You program it just like an email client goes out and gets email. This thing goes out and checks into your feed, which is sitting on your website. Do you have a show there? And if the answer comes back yes, it goes and gets that show and places it automatically, without you doing a thing, wherever you want it. Now, what's incredible about that is twofold. You can very easily have it automatically place it on your computer's hard drive. But one of the failures of Internet radio, to me, is I don't think people like being locked to their computer to consume long lengths of audio. The fact that they're sitting in a computer, that's not like being able to be mobile and be in a car or be walking or jogging or fishing or whatever. They like consuming audio when they can be mobile. Well, the reason this got named podcasting, it got named after the popular Apple MP3 player called the iPod. This aggregator software can also be directed to take your radio show that you've posted and automatically put it on the portable device. And that portable device doesn't have to be an iPod. It can be anything that is an MP3 player. Now, here's where the power really comes in with this. If people can learn to create content and get a huge subscriber database, and this is what I'm going to be teaching, and this is what I'm going to be demonstrating, and this is what I'm building a whole lot of really exciting things to show at the big seminar to launch this. But what this potential opens for people is the fact that if they can learn to create content with the quality of radio, like broadcast radio from huge networks or WCNN or NBC in New York, if you got a content to that quality, you could build a huge audience through the Internet, and you can become a broadcaster, and people can walk away from their computer and consume your content on demand because now it's stored on the mobile device. And the tests that I've been doing since I found out about this is actually creating the feeds, and now there actually is transmitters for mobile devices like an iPod to where people can listen to your content away from the computer, driving down the road on their FM stereo in their car. Now, here's what I think is just going to be an incredible opportunity. A lot of people that come to the big seminar see the value of creating teleseminars. What if the ability for people who couldn't make the call tonight could listen on the way to work on their FM stereo, this call? That technology, that's podcasting. That's what is possible. It takes one line of code, and you can get people's content on demand. One guy described it as TiVo for radio. So there's two issues here that I'm going to be working very hard to teach people. Is that one, if you make poor content and you don't know how to do it professionally, I don't think you're going to be able to build as big an audience and an effective audience as if you could learn to do it better. But there's actually another thing that's even better about learning to build content. If you build an audience, you can do what radio does. You can actually play and record and put commercial advertising in your podcasts. So there's going to be opportunities for you to make audio commercials about your products, about your websites, about 800 numbers where people could order. I think there's a whole lot of potential here that remains to be tested, but it works on radio. It puts broadcasting in the hands of individuals for pretty much zero money.
Okay, now let's just go over the top of this again for everyone, because I want to make sure everyone understands what this really is. In fact, let's even go back a little further, Mike, and let's just talk about the popularity of this right now. I mean, yesterday, you just sent me an email today. Yesterday in USA Today, there was an article talking about the value of podcasting. Is it the next biggest thing to the industry, to the internet? In fact, the title of the article was "Radio to the MP3 Degree: Podcasting."
Right.
So, but it tells you kind of a little bit of what it was, what it is, and how it works, and why it's such just a huge thing. Now, Adam Curry, who many people may have remembered from MTV many years ago when they first really came out. He was basically was he the first guy to really ever do it? Is that the deal?
He being a professional broadcaster in August of last year. I mean, see, it's not a challenge to put an MP3 file up on a website and people download it to their hard drive. We've been doing that for years. That's not the power here. But Adam just said, gee, RSS and blogging, basically the way a blog works, if you post a new article on your blog, the RSS syndicates it and lets anybody that's subscribed to it know there's something new. Okay,
let me just explain to everyone, because some people may be really confused with the whole RSS game.
Okay,
and so let me explain to everyone what RSS is. Okay, now, just so everyone kind of can think about it in this way. Let's say that you have a little tiny application on your computer, and let's say every time I update something on my website, it sent you a little notification. You didn't have to go to my website. You could actually see it on your computer, saving you the time from having to go all these different websites. Now, that's basically, it's a real simple explanation of what RSS does.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple different components. You need an RSS aggregator, which will sit on your desktop and will go out and grab that feed from a website. So if you're on a website, in fact, many blogs have this. If you look down at the right-hand corner, it'll say XML code. If you grab that and put that into your RSS reader, which are mostly free out there, that will go out to the website or that blog, in this case, and grab that content whenever it's updated and bring it down into your RSS reader, and so you can read it now from your desktop. So what Mike's talking about is, let's say that I'm on a call just like this. I'm doing this call. You know, we have X number of people on this call, but certainly the majority of people are not on the call itself. So why should we or how can we reach more of those people? Well, very simply. What we do is we have a little RSS reader. We could stream this code to their desktop. What would happen is it would go out. I would upload this code somewhere. It would go out, pull down the recording of this, the MP3 file, and it would play on their desktop. Now, you may come to your computer in the morning and it may say, hey, you have a new big seminar recording. Do you want to listen to it? So you click a little button and it plays in your MP3 player that you have on your computer. So it's hands-free, in other words, for the end user. What's the benefits to you? Very simply, is that people will be able to listen to your content. Think in terms of radio on demand.
Yes.
Okay, if you can think in terms of radio on demand, let's say you have a topic. I don't care what the topic is, because it's not just about making money. In fact, every single audio, or I should say podcast that exists right now, I don't think there's hardly any about making money. But yeah, if you go to Overture and you type in the word podcasting, do you know what how many searches come up, Mike?
Oh, I haven't looked lately, but I know it just to give perspective, there were no podcasts in August, and there's over 10,000 registered podcasts as of today. Okay,
let's just do this. Podcasting is 3,819, but now if we do podcasts, 6,030 right now, just on those two subjects. Now that may not seem like a lot, but let me put that into perspective for you. Ebook software, which happens to be one of my subjects, and I have a software that sells, obviously, ebook software. That subject is only searched on about 2,000 times a month. Now, that particular product that I sell at $97 brings in about $250,000 a year. So does that give you an idea as far as how effective this may be? But now the majority of people, let me explain this to everyone too, is that the majority of people out there that are doing podcasting right now have no idea as far as marketing capabilities. They don't know what to do with it. I can do it. That's great. So I have this little show, and I may have a bunch of people listening to it, but I don't know how to make any money with it. And that's where what you're going to learn at the big seminar is going to come into play. We're going to show you how to profit from this.
Right. You have to know how to do it to even have the opportunity to make money with it.
Exactly, and that's the first step.
And then, of course, one of the things that we are seeing, I've been studying Adam Curry since I found out about this, and I see that when it's funny, he won't call it an advertisement. He calls it a promo. But independent musicians have been sending him music, and he'll mention their websites, and because he has so many listeners, he's driving traffic to these websites, and people are buying the products.
Right.
There's nothing stopping you from building an audience, giving good content as a subscription, and advertising products. And the thing that I see as another opportunity, paid subscription podcasting will exist by the big seminar.
Right.
It doesn't exist today, but it will exist.
It doesn't exist, and and the reason why it's going to exist is because I happen to have inside information about some people that are putting this together, and it's going to make a world of difference to what everyone here is certainly doing.
Yeah, we're going to go step by step how to make it, and in fact, I'm building a website. Can I give the URL?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, podcasting for businesses, because I'm not interested in building an audience that doesn't seem to, fit a niche and help people build businesses. The people that have really embraced this is the music world. The musicians that can't get on traditional radio, they love it because now they're in control, and that's one of the reasons that it's grown extremely big. But there are some people beginning, like right now, there's an all wine radio podcast, and there's actually the Godcast podcast. That is a religious podcast, and it's getting great popularity.
The Godcast broadcast.
Yeah, the Godcast podcast, and they're getting donations.
That's amazing.
Okay, so let's get all the clutter away.
Well, and let me mention one other thing. One other way that we're going to be utilizing podcasting at the big seminar is a friend of ours, Paul Culligan, has a website, and it's bigseminarlive.com. It's bigseminarlive.com.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if you go there right now, you should be able to sign up for his announcement letter when he does make this site live. But yeah, bigseminarlive.com. If you go there right now, you can sign up for the Big Seminar Live when it happens. If for some reason you're not there, but what Paul's going to do is he's going to kind of give you a little synopsis throughout the day through podcasting, as far as how this is all, what's happening at the big seminar and things of that nature, maybe interviewing probably a couple people along the way as well. But he's going to have that available on Big Seminar Live, and he's going to be doing that while we're actually at the seminar. So go to bigseminarlive.com, and Mike, your website is Podcasting for Businesses?
Yeah, that's going to be the website, because what I see is the problem is that business owners and entrepreneurs and information marketers, let's take Alex, for instance. He's a great example because he is a motivated, brilliant entrepreneur, but he's a technophobe.
Right.
So he's the person we got to reach. If we can make it simple to where you can create a show, you can get it into the hands of your receivers and teach the people that receive it how simple it is. I mean, I have to admit, when I found out about it, it was real fuzzy. And I said, but I know it's going to take what I know best, which is content creation. So I wanted to go through it, and I've done it. And I'll tell you what's happened. I got an iPod here. And initially when I bought the iPod, I told my son, I said, when I'm through testing this thing, I'll give it to you. I'm not giving up my iPod. They're incredible things that you'll be amazed how powerful it is to have audio content that you enjoy. I've got teleseminars on there. I've got learning content. I've got music tracks that I like, and it fits in your hand, and I can listen to it in the car. I can listen to it while I'm walking. I mean, portable MP3 audio gives a information publisher power, because you can push that content to where people can conveniently consume that content. And that's why we got to get over the hurdles of, it's not that hard to create the content, it's not that hard to create the being the broadcaster of it, and it's not that difficult for your audience. I mean, we're at where radio was in 1927. One day somebody says, "My goodness, we can broadcast sound into people's homes." Oh, really? Well, nobody owns radios. That didn't stop them.
Right.
We know how big radio is now, but there was a point in time that the technology existed, but nobody owned the radios.
Well, people doubted the effectiveness of radio, certainly from the start, that would even work, and all this other stuff. They felt that, how can sound travel through air and all this other stuff? It's like the world was flat.
Right.
And right now, podcasting. I mean, folks, I'm telling you, mark this down, because you are hearing about literally cutting-edge technology. I mean, podcasting is cutting edge. You're not going to find information anywhere else, at any event, at any product, on how to do this, because it doesn't exist.
No,
it doesn't. It just doesn't happen.
Well,
it will eventually, and we're fortunate enough that the guys that are actually going to be, in my opinion, and I'm going to help them out as much as I possibly can to become the standard in as far as tools and training and how to do this. They're going to be at the seminar. I mean, Mike Stewart is going to be showing you at the big seminar a live example of podcasting. He's going to do a podcast right on stage at the big seminar. Is that right, Mark?
I want to do a podcast to where it gets to an iPod out in the hall and can come back in and be played, and show you how fast and easy. We're going to do it on stage to show you that you can transmit audio to anybody in the world that wants to subscribe to it. So there's going to be a lot of power in learning this, and that's one of the things that we're going to be covering. We're running out of time. There was a couple other things I wanted to cover, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay. Well, the other issue is that I've got three major things. I mean, some people have seen my presentation, and I'm going to leave in some of the basics, but I'm going to move over those pretty quickly because I think podcasting is going to take a good portion of my presentation. Another good portion of my presentation is I've been doing a lot of testing, especially here in Atlanta, of using audio for brick-and-mortar businesses. And I've got some really, really interesting results, some really great case studies to where we've actually had brick-and-mortar places where people have walked in and walked up to the person that they saw on the website and heard their voice and said, "Hey, it's great to meet you." And they go, "How do you know me?" "I heard and met you on your website. I want to do business with you." So we're seeing other applications of the power of audio, and I'm going to show demonstrations and videos that explain that because it's not just making products. A lot of the things that you've done testing, Armin, on is selling digital products and selling things online. But I want to cover the fact that there are some people out there with brick-and-mortar businesses, and I want to show you that there are true case studies of great results of using audio to build relationships on websites for brick-and-mortar businesses. So that's one little area I want to say that's going to be new and I'm going to spend a little time on. The other thing is I've been testing, and I've already gotten results on it. Instant Video Generator is a phenomenal. Rick Raditz and you guys have just, taken the FLV video format and made it just dead easy for everybody. So I still go back to my television roots. I've been making infomercials for some product websites. And I can tell you that if I can get somebody to watch the videos, they convert.
Right.
So I think that the future for this year is the fact that video works so well on the web that you're going to have to learn, and I want to demonstrate and show how easy it is that you can do a simple infomercial and you can get fancy with high-end expensive equipment. It doesn't matter. You should learn how to create video messages that look professional and explain products and services and build relationships. Video is just going to get more and more powerful. And guess what's right after podcasting? Video blogging.
Right.
It's coming. It's coming. So if you kind of stick your head in the sand about all these things, a year from now we're going to be talking about things that are even more incredible. And, I feel like holding on to a jet airplane by on the back of the tail because things just move so fast and have so many great things going on. I just want to keep staying in touch with it because it still goes back to being able to be creative with the tools that help you create this kind of multi-sensory content. You can't ignore copy and web pages and the graphics and all the other things that go in building web pages, but now the Internet is multi-sensory. The only thing that we can't do now is smell across the Internet, and maybe someday that'll happen. But right now, hearing and seeing and interacting work.
Willy Wonka created that a long time ago.
He did?
Smell-o-vision.
Smell-o-vision?
But, you're absolutely right, is that all of this, all of this technology, it's a fact. Let me give you some facts. The people that jump on the technology first and start utilizing it are the people that make the biggest money. It's true. As long as the technology is sound and as long as the technology is going to do what it's supposed to do. As a business owner, there's two sides of me. I have the business owner side, person actually running their own business. I want to take advantage of technology for me to outperform my competition that I have on the Internet today. I want to stay ahead of the learning curve. I want to be ahead of my competition. I do not want to see my competition come up with a new marketing strategy that will outmarket me. That's not what I want to happen as a business owner. Then there's the entrepreneurial side of me. I want to, as an entrepreneur, I want to find the new technologies. I want to enable these, and I want to, certainly spread the word about these as well because it helps everyone in this whole industry in any kind of business. I don't care, online or offline. These tools can help you. What this is, I can't stress enough how important that podcasting will be. I'm very fortunate. I mean, I've really never been wrong when I've ever made a prediction about as far as something becoming huge. This is one that, I didn't find out about it, but I do know the value of it, and I think there's some things that are going to happen in the next 6 to 12 months that's going to make this just totally explode. And I've already talked to Mike about this, and he agrees with me. But in the next 6 to 12 months, something's going to happen on the internet, and I can't even tell you exactly what, but there's going to become a standard, and it's going to automatically make podcasting so big that the people that have a footing in this already are literally going to make millionaires. I mean, I believe that podcasting will develop the next round of internet millionaires for the people that take advantage of it now.
Exactly.
And you do not have to be, some well-known person. You do not have to have tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people on your list in order to take advantage of this. All you need to do is be who you are and talk to someone just like you do right now. And that's the greatest thing. Do you know why so many people do teleseminars? Is because it requires very little knowledge. And I'm not downplaying teleseminars. I'm telling you why it's so popular. It requires very little knowledge because every one of us knows how to talk, some better than others. Mm-hmm. But we all know how to talk. So if you can talk, you can do a teleseminar. I'm saying if you can talk, you can create your own podcast and get out to millions of people. Imagine taking your teleseminar and broadcasting it out to tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. What will that do for you? What will that do for your business? And if you learn the structure of this, see, the advantage that you have with Mike and Mike showing you how to do this is that you have an advantage of everything that he's done. And here's what I mean. Mike has created radio jingles, these so-called promos that Adam Curry talks about. These are radio advertising. Mike has created radio advertising. He knows how it's done. Before the whole podcasting thing even came about, Mike was already working on a way for us to create our own our own internet commercials. And I seen that 6 months ago or more. Mm-hmm. And he already has that developed. He has all the background knowledge to know what it is that you should say, how you should say it, and to get your message across. And when you think of creating your own radio show, broadcasting out to tens of thousands of people, all of a sudden I see people. I mean, let's put it this way. I am not going to sit down idly and not take advantage of this. I mean, myself, personally, I will have an Armin Morin podcast somewhere. And it will be done, and my whole focus will be able to get, my initial reaction is, well, yeah, okay, I'll get 100,000 people on this. I want to see 100,000 people on this podcast, knowing that I can send out and know that 100,000 people are going to download my radio show.
Yeah. Now, you just hear what you just said. There are radio stations in small markets that would cry for an audience of 100,000 people.
I know.
And you see, when you think in the perspective of the world, 100,0んpeople is not the world.
No, it's nothing.
And so the situation is here is an opportunity that I'm amazed that by goodness gracious, it's amazing that it happened. Because I had Google AdWords up, somebody called me about a microphone, and Armin, you always told me, listen to what people ask for.
Yeah.
And I said, well, what do you want to do with the microphone? He says, I want to make my podcast sound better. And I went, my ears perked up. I said, here I am, Mr. Audio Guy, and what's a podcast? Mm-hmm. And he said, it's, and then I started investigating it. But, what I'm seeing is that there are business opportunities. There's the ability for you to communicate. There's the ability for sales managers to communicate with hundreds of salespeople out in the sales force. There's the ability to train. There's the ability to sell subscription teleseminars. I mean, I'm seeing things that I will have. This call's a little premature because I wish I could have gotten it done, but this is so hot and so new, you can't get it done fast enough. But I promise you, by the big seminar, the presentation is going to blow you away with what can be done, and I'm going to keep people posted on my website. I'm actually going to post a video where I through the process step by step.
Now, like I said, folks, I mean, this is going to be amazing, what you're going to learn just from Mike's presentation alone at the big seminar. And as you can tell, I mean, we're both pretty excited about the possibilities of podcasting. And, honestly, I mean, I don't know everything there is to know about podcasting yet. I depend on Mike to kind of fill me in on this whole story on everything. And, I'm picking up bits and pieces, and all I know is if I know just as much as I do know about it now, as far as the potential of it, I'm happy. Because I see the potential where I can, again, reach, over 100,000 plus people easily and have them willing, waiting, and wanting to get my information. And that's going to be crucial for me in building my business. So we're really excited about what we're going to be able to do and what we can do with the potential combining, without sounding like a commercial, but combining all of Mike's audio and combining all of Mike's tools that he's developed for this particular market to really take my business into the next step, the next stage of it, which is even more worldwide. I mean, let's think about it. I mean, I'm currently in over 101 different countries with people buying my products and services, and that's great. But I haven't hit every country in the world yet.
Well, what's amazing, Armin, is that I still work with some local clients here in Atlanta that have no knowledge of what you learn at the big seminar. And I mean, I was just with a tire store literally yesterday. A tire store is a client of mine, and he's a friend, and we get our cars repaired there. So I keep I like the guy, keep working with him, and he's a successful business owner, but there's only a few select people that get this, and it's the fact that they come to an event like this, the big seminar, and hear. Not just, my piece of the puzzle is just one little fraction, but when you combine it with the power of all the other stuff you learn, I mean, your head will explode when it's all over with if you've never experienced it. It changed my life. All of you guys have changed my life, and I want to see that happen for other people. It really is. You can't describe it. It would take us 14 hours to talk about all the things that are going to be talked about. That's why, I encourage everybody to realize that the audio is a piece of it, and I think it's a very, very important piece, but there's so much more, and there's, what, you're going to have such a cutting edge above everybody else because I meet people every day that have no clue any of this stuff exists. Right.
I mean, it's just amazing, what can happen and how it can work, and, the big seminar itself, I mean, it was founded on the basic principle of putting people in an environment that they can take advantage of accelerated learning. You see, when you're at the big seminar, you're going to be in an environment that's all you want to do is learn. And we designed it specifically that way, and you are going to be able to take advantage of what we put in place in Atlanta, Georgia. And once you've experienced it, because it is an experiential type of event, where once you experience it, you will completely understand within the first day what I'm talking about as an experience, because you're going to be hit from all different angles with information that's going to cause you to think and cause you to create ideas. You see, creativity, I've always said that you don't get paid for creativity, but the other side to that is that most people can't capture or harness their creativity. So what we do is we put you in an environment where you can't help but release the creativity that God has given you and put it to use for you and your business, and you will fill up notebooks upon notebooks of information, of notes, as your brain starts kicking into overgear and you start thinking like you've never thought before. Now, that may sound like a lot of hype, but I can tell you this, it's not. What people walk away with as far as notes, as far as what they can do, as far as highly applicable information that they can put to their business that day. Many times I talk to people at the seminar on Friday. They come to me on Saturday morning and they say, I barely slept last night because of all the ideas that have been flowing in my head, and I had to go upstairs and I changed this to my website and I tripled the response of my opt-in list overnight. I mean, ideas just like that. I mean, things, just little things sometimes, and sometimes it's a major thing. I mean, I did a call last night, a private call with Jeff Mills and his group, and Jeff Mills is a classic example. He came to the big seminar, the third big seminar that we had down in Orlando, and he took one idea from one of our speakers, and over the course of not even a full year, but not even a full year from the time he's done that, he's generated over $100,000 in income from one single idea, and that's not including all the other ideas that he has implemented from the seminar, and he's getting ready for what he believes as a huge business explosion in the next coming months, and I truly believe that because I've seen some of the things that he's working on. You can be that next person. You can be the next Jeff Mills. We have many other people. There's people that have taken specific classes as a result of the seminar, and they've gone on to be doing, right now, I know people, I know personally of people out there making over $1,000+ a day in their business that a few months ago weren't hardly doing anything in their business. It's amazing what can happen, and you know what? You can have it too. And the people that we have at this seminar will put you in the right direction. So here's what I want you to do. I made a special offer today. I made two offers. If you go ahead and you register in the next 24 hours, it's the next 24 hours for the seminar, here's what you're going to receive. You're going to receive all the bonuses that are listed on the website for Big Seminar, but you're also going to receive something else, and that something else is Big Seminar, our last big seminar that we had in Orlando. Was that not LA was last, and then Orlando, right?
Right.
So Orlando, if you're in the next 24 hours, you're going to get the complete recording of Orlando on a special CD that I'm going to create for everybody. And then the next big seminar, our very last big seminar that we had in LA, you're going to receive the complete audio recording of that. So that's 28 hours worth of information that you're going to receive on a special CD, and it's only going to be good till the next 24 hours. If you order it by Sunday, you can still take advantage of the LA calls. We'll include the LA calls with that. But to get both of those, the full 28 hours, you need to register in the next 24 hours. And I'm going to send you an email right after this call giving you all the details about that to take advantage of it, because it's going to be amazing as far as the information. So, Mike, I'd like to thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedule to join with us. I'm really excited about what you're going to show people at the big seminar in Atlanta, Georgia, and the whole topic of podcasting, I know, will be a highlight of the event, because this is cutting edge. This is what people want, and I like to pride myself in, as the big seminar, giving cutting edge information. I mean, last time the cutting edge tool that we released at the big seminar was instant video generator. This time, I believe it's going to be podcasting, and I think you're the one that's going to do it. So,
hey, I look forward to it, and I can't wait. This is my hometown, so I welcome everyone here to great Atlanta, Georgia, and I know you're going to love it, and I hope we prove to be a great host for you guys.
Sounds great. And, folks, again, we have two special offers, like I said. In the next 24 hours, if you want to take advantage of the full next 24 hours, if you want to take advantage of 28 hours worth of audio, that's Big Seminar Orlando and Big Seminar LA. Go ahead and register your seat immediately. It's going to be available for the next 24 hours. I'm going to try to get that email out immediately as soon as I possibly can. And then what I'm going to do is also go ahead, and if you're registered by Sunday, you can still take advantage of the Big Seminar LA calls, not calls, but the whole seminar itself. That's 14 hours worth of speakers teaching you all about Internet marketing. It's just a tremendous, tremendous value. It's a tremendous bonus. And, again, I can promise you this, out of all the calls, I will not repeat this offer. So, again, go ahead and do that, because I actually mean it's not a marketing play. It's the facts. So, again, my name is Armin Moore. I hope to see each and every one of you in Atlanta, Georgia, in April 8th, 9th, and 10th, and I hope to see everyone there. Again, have a great night, have a great weekend, and I look forward to seeing everyone soon. And next week, we have a call on Tuesday and Thursday of next week, so mark that in your calendars. I'll send you an email as a reminder as well, too. So thanks, everybody, and everyone had a great night. Bye-bye, everybody.
I'd like to welcome everyone to the conference call. My name is Armin Moore, and you're on the Big Seminar Preview Series, and this is just part of our Big Seminar Preview Series that we've done leading up to our Big Seminar coming up in just 2 weeks from tomorrow in Atlanta, Georgia on April 7th, 8th, and 9th, and it's going to be an amazing event. We've packed out the room again. It's record numbers. It's just going to be amazing. People literally coming in from all over the world, people from Australia, people from England, people from Singapore and Japan, as well as all over the U.S. and Canada as well, even from Guatemala. I mean, people are coming up to the big seminar. Why? Because it's the seminar to beat all seminars, and it is the #1 seminar in Internet marketing today. And, of course, that is all opinion, but the fact is I am certainly a little biased. But if you look on our website, if you click the link that you received when you registered for this particular conference call, you can go to our website and see all about what other people have said about the big seminar. I don't really need to go into all that, but I can tell you this. If you're looking to make a difference in your life, you're looking to make a difference in your business, specifically your online business, then you need to be on the Internet and you need to do things the right way. It's just amazing the amount of information that's out there, but it's also what amazes me is how much information is absolutely 100% wrong that is out there, and how much time and money you can waste in doing things the wrong way. Once you start doing things the right way, magic starts happening, and you need to learn from people that have done it already, people that have proven themselves, and people that specifically are currently doing it, and that's even more important, and that's what we have at the big seminar. We have a ton of people. I'll tell you more about those people later, but we have a great call in store for you this evening. We're going to be talking with a good friend of mine, Mike Stewart, and many of you may know Mike. He's spoken at our big seminar several times in the past, and Mike has previously been known, and for the most part, as the Internet audio guy, which he still is, but he's also created another persona, basically the Internet video guy, and Mike has been doing some amazing things lately with online video, such as infomercials online, specifically selling products and getting people to take action, which we'll ask him about, online blogging with video. Again, we're going to be talking with him about that, and we're also going to be talking with him about a little bit about auctions online, and we'll get a little bit of overview on that, as well as many other things, maybe even ways to increase your traffic using search engines. So, again, Mike, welcome to the call today.
Hey, it's so good to be here. I hope everybody can hear me okay.
Everyone, I think I can hear you fine, so everyone else should be okay.
Yeah. Good.
Now, the question I have for you, Mike, is, there's many people on this conference call, and some of them know you, some of them don't, and that's okay either way. But what I want to ask you about, and what I want to get people to know you a little bit more and find out where you came from, where you started, and give people a little bit of a rundown on your background and how you entered into this crazy world of the Internet, because you have a pretty amazing story.
Well, thank you. Many years ago, my passion of music enticed me to learn the recording process, because I've always wanted to be able to make a living writing and creating music. And that drove me to learn how to use recording equipment and figure out in the 80s how to make a business recording for people, and how to be able to write music and make a living. So I have over 20 years experience of owning a working recording studio, of making a living, and a good living, doing that service for ad agencies, television producers, radio commercials, television commercials, just, all kinds of aspects of advertising, working with ad agencies and television and radio producers of all kinds. And I did that for almost 20 years. And I'm a little bit older than most speakers on the stage. I got pretty burnt out after about 20 years of doing a service business, and that's what brought me to the Internet. But then what I did see when I came to the Internet was that the Internet is very much just another broadcast medium, very much like radio and television. It's kind of a hybrid between the print world and direct response marketing and radio and television. So several years ago, I bought the domain names and started branding myself as the Internet audio guy, basically telling people who didn't have this broadcast experience, sharing with them the ways that they could use tools. Because what's happened with technology over the last 20 years is that it's gotten so affordable, so simple. People already own computers that can do incredible, powerful production and product creation applications that just didn't exist when I got started in this business. When I used to edit audio, it was with a razor blade and a China marker, and you were actually cutting up pieces of tape and stringing them over your shoulder. And now, because of software and the speed of computers and the ability to have cheap storage and the Internet, all of that has been simplified. All of that is there's just really the day of the recording studio is not necessary, especially in the type of production that we were doing, and the principles of radio and television apply to the Internet, and that's what I constantly do. I pull from that experience, and I'm proving that it works on the Internet, and that's what my presentation and what my experience and what has combined with the Internet marketing of the other speakers and learning from them, combining that with with audio and video production. It just gives you a competitive edge over people who stick their head in sand and say, well, I don't think I want to learn that, or I don't believe it works. It does work. That's pretty much it, and I'm continuing to follow that dream of making music. Been in Nashville all week recording, and I know you're well aware of some of the things we're doing in music, and it's just the Internet lifestyle has allowed me to chase all kinds of passions.
Yeah, and as part of that, I know you're part owner in a record company, and I know their first artist that came out is just amazing.
Yes. His story is a true story. I heard he was talking to the CMA president about the Internet not too long ago.
That is true. That is true. And but you've been doing some things a little differently lately, and that is you've been kind of focusing in on this video, on video online, and I just want to kind of give people a brief overview as far as where I think video is heading on the Internet, because and I told Mike this a long time ago, and I told many people this a long time ago. I believe that sometime in the future, who knows when, but sometime in the future, I believe that online video is going to replace long sales copy. And I could be wrong, but I really don't think so on this one because of the capabilities of broadband and what's happening on the Internet, and I can see where this is going to happen at some point in the future. And Mike kind of is taking that and really, you start doing it now, and you've been receiving some amazing results with video. And explain to people, I mean, you've been promoting online audio for many years, as long as I've known you, and you've suddenly made this transition over to video. Explain to everyone why.
Well, when I pulled from that experience of, when I was working with my recording studio, it was radio and it was television, and it was communicating with the auditory, it was communicating with audio visuals. And now that broadband and now that technology and computers allow that type of content to be delivered over web pages, I mean, that's what the whole generation of the buying public has been we've been raised with it. We're used to television and radio, and the reality is that people can comprehend information in an auditory format much more memory retention, much more impactful. There's so many emotions that you can tie into in a shorter span with audio, and you just multiply that exponentially with video. If 1,000 words tell 1,000 words, but a picture says 1,000 words, a video can say 10 and 20,000 words. So what happens is what I've been experimenting with and testing and seeing the results is that in the fold of a website, if you can make a television-like infomercial or a commercial that explains the features, benefits. Now, basically the sales copy process of showing features and benefits and engaging the viewer or the listener or the person who's reading the sales copy, if you can get across to them those principles of direct marketing, you can do that in the fold of a website, and you can do it in a much shorter span time. In other words, a long sales letter that's got 10,000 words may take me 15, 20 minutes to read, and there may be a real difficulty in me in comprehending all the key points that are in that sales letter. But I can, in a 2-minute or a 1-minute visual presentation, I can show people features, benefits, how things work, what it looks like, what it's going to look like if they own it, how they can hold it, what the relative sizes are. I mean, there's so much information I can convey, and we're already conditioned. If infomercials didn't work, the Home Shopping Network, QVC, those kind of cable channels would not still be thriving on cable TV, because people, when they see that, they respond. And you, as a website owner and as an Internet marketer, can use video in so many different ways to really connect with your audience and make them make a decision, whatever that decision is, whether it's opting into a list, whether it's looking at testimonials from satisfied customers, whether it's training them about customer service or issues with your products. It just goes on and on. And then when you combine that with the power of internet marketing and the fact that it is a computer file, it just really puts it on steroids. And that's the results I'm going to be sharing from the stage. Proof. I mean, I know that you have been selling the Big Seminar and a lot of your products using audio visuals for many years, and you yourself have seen these results. The Big Seminar page is just speckled with video testimonials. That's because they're powerful. We've known in advertising and radio and television that one of the most powerful advertising processes is is real testimonials. There's nothing more believable than seeing a person look at you in the eye and tell you that they love a product or a service. So people who aren't using this don't get that benefit, and the people that do use it. Now, what I want to show from the stage and demonstrate from the stage at the Big Seminar is that 10, 15, 20 years ago, it was literally impossible and not affordable to test something. In fact, there are companies out there that I found on the web right now that want to charge anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 for a 2-minute video infomercial for a website. Well, that's crazy to spend that kind of money to find out something doesn't work.
Hey, wait. I spent that kind of money.
Well, yes, you did. On that, I remember the header at the Big Seminar. You spent over $10,000 in travel and production costs because that's the world of video. But what's happened is the cameras, the camcorders, the computer software, everything, the tools that it takes to be creative and make television has come down to where under $1,000 with a computer, you can make all the television you want that's compelling. I've been doing it. I've proved that you can do it with a $200 camera. It really is learning the process and using the systems and the software that's out there that people may or may not know about, and that's what we're going to share. Is going to show you this is what we use. This is how you can be creative and make a audio-visual presentation that gets results.
It's interesting, how technology has changed, because I remember Big Seminar number 2. We had one of the first websites up on the net with online video testimonials. And I remember it took me about 3 weeks or so to finally get all those videos. And there was only like 6 of them. Mm-hmm. Actually 5. There's only 5 of them. And it took me about 3 weeks to get those things done right and finally get them online. And bottom line, they still weren't looking good.
Right.
And back then, with nowadays in comparison, this was again only 3 years ago mm-hmm. that happened. But now with the right tools, and I know you're really big on the right tools, because if you don't have them, many times you go out and have them created in order to make this task much easier. But nowadays with technology, I mean, there really isn't any excuse to not be able to do these different things. So you've done some amazing tests, and we have a couple a couple case studies on the Big Seminar website that you've done, and let's just talk about 2 of those case studies.
Okay.
The first one, I believe it was in about 5 days, with absolutely no words, you sold a bunch of, I think it was Jim Edwards' product, right?
Yeah. We at the last Big Seminar, Jim and I, and one of the things that I got to interject here,
yeah.
Learning the video product creation, the video editing process, learning to make simple television is the first grade of DVD product creation. And at the last Big Seminar, Jim Edwards and I, we held a one-day workshop at the same hotel in L.A. that you had the Big Seminar. And basically what we did is we taught people, you attended that, I know, for an hour,
yeah.
and we showed people how they could use simple software and make television commercials and learn the basics of video product creation. Because basically that's what we were doing. We held an event, and our mentor, my mentor, your mentor, John Childress, says that everything you do is a product. Well, that is exactly what we did. We taught what we knew, we showed our case studies, and we got testimonials, and we got it captured on videotape onto hard drives. And then right after that, I came back that November. I spent, because I had the skill of video editing, I built a 9 DVD home study course about making video. And Jim and I used all the internet marketing techniques, the joint venture of his list, the ability to put video up on web pages, the testimonials, everything that we show, we used ourselves, and we sold over 300 copies. I think it was almost it was $250,000 worth of sales, and within 8 days. And it was. I know the power of those sales is because people could see samples of the product. They could see exactly what they were getting. They heard excited people as they got out of the workshop talking about it was the most incredible experience they'd had. I mean, that's the time to get testimonials. I know you do that at the big seminar because people, it's fresh on their minds, and we captured that forever. And it has been. It proves that with the use of video and the use of good marketing techniques and the use of sales copywriting, when you combine all those elements, it was phenomenal to see the results of how people responded. They went, "My gosh, I got to have this." And we've had even more case studies that I'm going to share with everyone at the big seminar. That just have actually blown me away with what people are capable of doing once they get the power of being able to use a camcorder or a microphone and edit something together it's like making a web page can be horrible or can get results. And it's the same thing in video. If you learn to make compelling video, you got a better shot of getting great results. And that's what we're all about, is showing people how to make compelling video. It doesn't have to be perfect video, but if you're a little bit more compelling and a little bit more professional than anyone else, then you're going to stand out from the crowd and people are going to respond. And that's what we're going to show.
Well, Mike, right now, just simply the act of putting video, it's any kind of video, you're going to stand up from the crowd because in most markets, they're not using video right now.
Exactly. I mean, it's a complete open opportunity for those that are willing to get through the learning curve.
Now you've done this. Now, the one that, you talked about the course and stuff, but I didn't mention the fact that wasn't actually the case study I was referring to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, that's fine.
But I didn't want to stop you, so.
Okay.
The case study I was talking about is you were promoting Jim Site's mini site creator.
Yes.
And you did a video, and what was interesting about that video is that you used absolutely no other words on the page. Is that right?
Well, now, I think what you're referring to is the eBay test I did.
Okay, let's talk about the eBay test.
Yeah, because that's the one I used no words on.
Okay.
And I did promote, and I'll talk about the mini site creator test here in a second.
Okay.
But what I did, and I have to tell you that our music project was the inspiration in January. Well, in fact, I was at a seminar. Here's another reason why seminars, even for speakers, are so important, because the people you talk to in the hall, the relationships that you make. I was at an event, another person's event in Florida. I think you were there too, and one of the speakers and presenters was an eBay expert. He had products on how to do eBay, and he came up to me and he says, "Hey, can you put video in eBay?" And I have to admit, I don't do eBay. I didn't think about it, quite honestly. But I thought, well, shoot, let me go home and try it. So I started realizing that I had a bunch of items around here that I really was willing to put in the garage and give away. Seriously. It was some musical equipment, it was some recording equipment, and it was some electronic gadgets. The perfect thing for eBay. And I almost literally took it down to the garage to make room for some of the new equipment I've bought for this music project I'm doing. And I thought, well, wait a minute. That guy said, can I put video in eBay? I want to test that. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to say, okay, I'll tell you what, I'm really going to put video to the whole test. And all I did was I took a camcorder and took every angle picture of each of those items sitting on a table. I showed the front, I showed the back. Because it was electronic, I showed me pushing the button on and the lights. I showed it running. I mean, I proved something that you couldn't do in text. In other words, if I had put up this product, this electronic gadget works and it plays back fine and everything, and it lights up, that's not believable. I showed people it working and it lighting up and functioning. And then I went back to those pictures in the software and just talked about it like I was talking to a friend. hey, this is a piece of equipment I've owned for several years, and I don't need it anymore. I want to sell it because I want to buy some other piece of equipment. It's in perfect functioning order. As you can see, I'm pushing the play button, and the lights light up, and you can see everything's working properly. So anyway, I did that on 7 items in January of this year, and I purposely did not put any text descriptions. I only, in the eBay description, pasted the code referencing a video. And the video I shot, but I did put text over the video. In other words, that's what we call in television called supers, or superimposing text bullet points. You see this in infomercials. You see this on home shopping networks. You see it in television commercials. It's when there's 5 modalities that you can affect people in video. Number 1, you can show the images, and you cut from image to image to image to image. You can really tell a story with lots of pictures and lots of different angles. The next modality is you can read sales copy, verbal sales copy. The third modality is you can superimpose text. In other words, you can support what you're saying with text. So in other words, if I say this thing has feature 1 and feature 2 and feature 3, I can flash the text to support what I just said. So that's the third modality. The fourth modality is you can use music to create excitement, to create suspense, do whatever you want to, because you could have that underscoring. In television commercials for years, we knew that the underscoring was an incredibly powerful emotional building control. I can make people scared. I can make them anxious. I can make them excited. I can change your mood at the turn of a dime. They do it in movies. That's the magic of movie music, is the fact that undercurrent sound is not consciously thought about, but it's controlling emotions. And if I control emotions, if I get you excited, I get you concerned when it's a serious problem, and then I resolve the music and tell you I've got the solution. It's incredible what's possible with the power of music. And you can do the power of sound effects. So you got 5 areas in the same instant where you can affect people's emotions, right and left brain. And that's the power of television commercials. Well, I did all of those things in eBay. All I put was a headline and a video, and I sold all 7 of those items. In fact, I got comments from people on eBay saying, how'd you do the video? So it worked. You can sell in eBay using, and we're going to show that from the stage, what all I've learned and all the tests of how simple it is to take a camcorder, a microphone, and a laptop and you could make a fortune. In fact, I'm going to start doing more eBay because I was amazed how fast the items sold.
It's really interesting that you said that, you can do this, certainly with eBay and, and how quickly and easily that people can do it. But you also said that you sold this basically in record time.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, how quickly did you sell those items?
Everything sold in 3 days.
In 3 days.
And to be fair, they were items that I researched on eBay that other people were selling, and I priced them fairly. I made them buy-it-now prices.
Right.
And I priced them to sell. And basically what it was is 2 items people paid more than the buy-it-now prices, and then everything else was sold because of the buy-it-now, and one thing sold in 20 minutes.
Right.
So it proves that if you have a product that people want, in fact, one of the other things that was quite interesting, I made the video and got it on eBay faster than I could have written a description, quite honestly. Each video took me about 15 minutes because they weren't stellar videos. They weren't meant to be slick. They were just me. It's like me coming over to your house and saying, hey, look at this item, and here's why I don't want it, and there's nothing wrong with it. And if it's what you're looking for, look, it works, and I'd like to ship it to you. I think you'll find good use for it if that's what you're looking for. And it was a very short. Most of the videos were under a minute. Some of them were 40 and 50 seconds long. It's
amazing. Now, one other area that you've been working on and you've been putting up, and I've been watching it, and that is online, blogging.
Well, you see, blogging, which I think some of the other experts are going to be talking about the importance and the power of blogging. Blogging, right. We could talk for quite some time about how important that is. And I am learning more and more about, I use WordPress, which I think you do too.
Right.
But even blogger.com, any of the blogging software that's out there, I recommend people at least investigate. But one of the things, once again, I'm not one of these people that likes to sit and type. I don't write articles. I don't really want to hire somebody to write an article, but what I can do is I can look at the lens of my camera and I can build little television shows. And what I've been experimenting with, it has been just phenomenal results, is that I am getting subscribers to my blog that come to my blog just to watch what they call my show. Basically, I built a show that I do once or twice, usually twice a month, sometimes 3 times a month, and I came up with a little formula that is just working incredibly for me, and I'm going to show proof of how it's made me money. Because if you go back to the model of television, we don't watch television for commercials. We watch television to be entertained or educated. We want information or we want to be entertained. However, what pays the bills in television is the fact that we've attracted you with information you want, the History Channel, Discovery Channel, or sports, or we're wanting to be entertained. What pays the bills is advertising. Well, guess what? If I can get viewers at my blog through RSS, people know that there's a new episode. They know that because of the blogging technology and because of being on my list and announcing to my list that there's a new episode. In fact, when I send out an email, I just say the subject of the show and click here to watch it. And that's pretty much all I have to do in an email blast. I will come on. I will inform and educate. I will entertain, usually do something funny or fun or of interest, not necessarily educating anybody. Then I get to advertise. And I have been running commercials in every one of my blog entries that have all resulted in money. They've all resulted in sales. Then I come back and I educate and entertain, and then I take people to a place where that once whatever I advertise, they have the opportunity to buy. I've done it with affiliate products. I've done it with my own products. And this past week, I did it with the big seminar, which resulted in somebody coming to the big seminar. They saw my silly little commercial that I made about the big seminar that was meant to be humorous. Humor is a great advertising tool, and all of these are tried and true principles from television. So basically, now that I go to some events, and it'll be interesting, I usually ask how many people watch my weekly blog, but they'll say they call it your show. It shows you that it's the same thing as television, and you can basically embed video in a blog. Now, it goes a step further. If you're willing to learn blogging technology and start posting regular information to get subscribers and get people wanting to consume your information, the real power is the fact that when you embed an audio file or you embed a video file. Now, there's a little bit of geeky stuff there, and we're going to show that and talk about that in the presentation at the big seminar, show you in detail how to do that. But when you embed an MP3 audio file and now the new video format for iTunes and video iPods is called MP4 or MPEG-4. If you learn how easy it is to make those kind of files, then that's called video podcasting and audio podcasting. And that is a hugely under-tapped phenomenon that I still see growing and growing and growing. And I do it. Most Jim Edwards, and I know you do. We're all getting involved with these technologies. And what they're doing is they're building a following. They're building a subscriber base of people who want to know what you're up to. And anybody, for literally nothing, can create these things. So we're going to show how blogging combined with video, you're going to embed video in your blog as opposed to writing articles, and then you can push those same presentations in audio or video format to mobile devices. And it's just, the MPEG-4 phenomenon is not going to go away. They sold 14 million video iPods just this past December. And I know personally that there are companies frantically building more and more mobile video devices, and video can be pushed to cell phones. So this is really just the tip of the iceberg of what's possible. But to play into this game, you got to learn to create the content. If you can't make a video file, if you can't make video content, you're never going to get to play in the MPEG-4 arena. You're not going to get to play in the video blogging arena. You're not going to get to play in the podcasting arena. You have to learn to make compelling content that people want to get. Now, you get that under your belt, there's really a world of opportunities on the Internet with these new technologies.
With the video blogging, it's just amazing what can be done with it. because of the fact that again, people like, as you said, people like to be entertained. People like to watch things. It's simple, it's easy. But tell everyone what your blog URL is.
It's From the Desk of Mike Stewart. What I realized is at all times I have a camcorder. I prefer a camcorder over a webcam because I think it makes a better quality picture. Plus, it's mobile, it's battery-powered, and it'll use tape. So there's a lot of advantages. And to get a high-quality webcam, you could about buy a cheap camcorder. So I always have a camcorder sitting on my desk, and I have a microphone. The microphone I'm talking over right now is sitting on my desk. And so I had this inspiration back in December, really right after the big seminar, that if I was going to start a blog, where would my blog come from? And I said, oh, my gosh, it's coming from my desk. So I bought the domain name From the Desk of, which I recommend to everybody. If you want to think of a name for your blog, it's a good way to brand your own name. Get From the Desk of, because that's where I do my blog from. And it has been well received. I've got viewers, just got back from Australia, and about 50 people in an audience of 400 raised their hand and said, yes, they watch my weekly blog. Well, guess what? I think I got more viewers because they all saw it from the stage. And so, once you build a viewership, it's amazing what you can do. I mean, I intend on running commercials every time I run a blog.
And that's it's something that, as you said, people should be blogging already, and I know many people at the big seminars will be talking about blogging and and how it can work. But again, that's normal blogging, text blogging. But those same techniques are definitely going to apply when you speak about the video blogging and show people how simple it is to really do that. And that's pretty neat as far as how that goes. But you also did something which is kind of new. I mean, and I guess we can talk about it here, because you've sent it out to your list already, so a lot of people know about this. And that's your I don't know what you call it, but I guess it's your online shopping video piece.
Oh, well, one of the case studies that I was watching last fall, right before the big seminar at Halloween, last summer, a company called buycostumes.com or buycostumes.tv, I believe they got both domains, spent over $250,000, because this is typical television production mentality. This is typical ad agency mentality. Anybody on an ad agency, please don't take offense. I love you all, but basically what it is they can't think guerrilla. They can't think, how can I do this inexpensively? But they spent a tremendous amount of money producing an online shopping network, almost like a home shopping network for only Halloween costumes. Now, I mean, that's a pretty narrow niche. I mean, you can go to Walmart and buy Halloween costumes. You can pretty much buy them anywhere in the world, yet this company invested all this money to make an online shopping network for Halloween costumes, and I'm not really sure how they got their traffic, but the reports is it was a blazing success. They basically built a 24-hour-a-day. If you sit at that website, it will just constantly play one Halloween costume after another in front of you. And what was really, I thought, was the brilliant part was that every time the commercial changed, the buy button changed. So in other words, as the products changed, then you had the opportunity at any given time to click and buy, which is kind of like what the home shopping network's all about. The difference is you got to dial an 800 number. You can't actually just hit a buy button, put your credit card in. You have to call an 800 operator and do that. And then that's a tremendously more expensive proposition for somebody to get into. Well, I wanted to prove to myself that I could build a home shopping network for my products on a niche level. And I realized that being able to make my own television commercials at zero cost, only the cost of the equipment and having the skill to do it, and putting it up on the web, there was a way. So I created the audio video shopping network. Now, I really haven't driven any traffic to it because, quite honestly, I haven't been able to fill it up with the 25 or 30 product commercials that I'm intending on building. But I do know that if it worked for Halloween costumes, it will work in all kinds of niches. You drive traffic to it. You give people the opportunity to navigate between product offering, pages and pages of videos. Or the way they work is that one video links to the next video, and it runs 24 hours a day. So I'm going to show at the big seminar example case studies of that where they can see it working, and that show you that it's very simple to build yourself. They spent $250,000. I spent an afternoon playing with my camcorder.
You know what's interesting about this whole thing is that it doesn't. When it comes to video, there's a perception. The perception is that you have to spend a huge amount of money on video equipment and things of that nature, and in reality is you don't. I mean, unless you're doing professional broadcast quality type video, you can get by with essentially inexpensive things like a simple webcam or again, as you said, a camcorder, hooked into your computer, and that will give you everything that you need. And I mean, it's just amazing. I just bought a new computer the other day, my second new computer, because my other one, the first one, didn't work. But this new computer I got has a webcam built into it.
Oh, wow. And
so I was like, I never had a computer with a webcam built into it. It's a laptop,
Mm-hmm.
And so I went to test it out. I said, well, I wonder how this works. How good is it anyway? So I logged in to my instant video generator account, just kind of see the video and see if it was any good. And sure enough, it's actually better than the webcam that I spent, $120 to do, and it was better quality and all the way around. And so, I'm like, well, that's going to make it a whole lot easier for me to do, like video podcasting and all these other things that you talked about on this particular call, because I don't have to break out anything. It's simple. All I have to do is click a button, and I'm ready to go. And it doesn't really take too much energy on my part at all. But what's most important, I think, for everyone on this call to understand is that, video is not going to go away. Audio is not going to go away. When they first came out with the radio, it didn't replace newspapers. When television came out, it didn't replace radio. And with the internet, audio does not necessarily replace text. They still coexist together. And when you add video to the mix, is audio and text still important? Of course it is. It's still important, and the video is just going to make those two function much better. And every piece of the puzzle makes you more and more ahead of your competition out there, because this is such a competitive market. The internet is so competitive today, but with doing some small things that really doesn't take a lot of effort, you can be the leader of your industry and come out with a bang. I mean, you can literally go from nowhere to being the leader in your industry if you use these techniques like online video and these other things that Mike's talking about today on this call. So, again, you have to pay attention to these things, because this is the way it's going to be. It's not going to go away. It's only going to get better. And as I said earlier, the future is definitely going to be video on the internet. And those of you that start learning it now, you're going to be old pros by the time that this comes up.
Well, one of the things that I want to really stress, there's some things that it's pretty difficult to do any other way than video. Some of the customers that have been learning from mine and Jim's course, which is a course that we just released back in December, and it's done very well. But it's like, give an example, exercise videos. Mm-hmm. We've got 3 or 4 exercise experts that are now doing membership websites with new exercises and new routines, showing people how to do things with their body. I mean, the description in text would just be overwhelming, whereas they can show quickly what to do with your foot. You can get a close-up of your foot, what to do with your hand, what to do with your arms. Piano lessons. We've got a piano teacher in Brooklyn who is now doing online and making money by doing online video piano lessons. But here's the big key, is that when you learn the television editing process, when you learn to make basic television for web pages, then you've already got the skill to make one of the most profitable information products out there. John Reese made $1 million from DVDs, a video of a seminar, Traffic Secrets. Now, there was other things included in that package, but the bulk of it was video. You have been very successful selling DVDs of your events. Case study of people that have produced info products in the video format. That's an incredibly profitable item to sell online. Now, you know what you've paid to have video produced before you started doing it yourself.
Exactly. I've paid a lot of money.
We don't have to tell how much, but I know how much you've spent, and I know how much it normally spent in that industry. That's why either having somebody like within your organization or yourself for real estate, for selling on eBay, for selling products, for creating information products, for coaching, for training, for making Stephen Pierce is a customer and a friend, and is one of our fellow speakers at the big seminar. Stephen is a customer, and I went up and showed him how to he has weekend workshops in Detroit, and he set up a camera, and he captures everything he does. I thought this was brilliant recently. He put up downloadable video through ClickBank. He was able to sell digital downloads of his workshops that he was doing anyway. He was making money doing these workshops. He captured them, broke them up into little chunks, and because he learned video editing, he learned how to put the pieces together. He knows how to get it up on a website, and he was able to make money from content that otherwise, had he not had a camera in there and learned the process, quite honestly, he wouldn't have made money had he had to pay a crew to come in and do it. But because he could keep it in-house, like I do, like you do, and like other people, that's what we want to share with you, is the equipment, the skills, and the ability to do this is so inexpensive that it's quite honestly, without sounding insulting, you can stick your hand in the sand and think, well, I don't ever want to learn that, and we still love you. But my gosh, everybody in the world doesn't know this. This is a small number of people that realize that the cameras are so good, the microphones are so good, the computers are so powerful. I just got a 500 gig Lacy drive for about $300 the other day. I mean, that's just phenomenal. That'll hold hours of video, and it's portable.
Yeah,
I know you have them too.
I have a terabyte.
Well, yeah, I realize because you got several of them because you're shooting 3-day seminars.
Yeah, but it's kind of funny. I mean, because when you think about it, I mean, because even that, I mean, even on that, I mean, that system. I mean, when we take it with us, we're shooting 3 full days of full online video, and we're recording it directly to a hard drive.
Right.
And that hard drive, I mean, I could pick it up and put it in my briefcase and walk out with it.
That's right. That's unheard of. In fact, the fun thing that's interesting to me, being the old timer that I am, that hard drive is cheaper than the tape it would take to hold all that content.
Oh, when you think about shooting with, it's just amazing because Mike and I, we co-own part of a record label, and we're talking with.
Oh, hey, now you sure we ought to bring that up there, Michael Lee?
but the thing is that one of the things that we've been talking to people about is shooting videos, and most of the industry when it comes to shooting videos and stuff like that are shooting in tape. I guess 16 or 32 millimeter, and depending on different things, and and it costs a lot of money for this film.
Oh yeah, a film video in Nashville for a 3-minute song, people consider it extremely cheap at $30,000 to $40,000 per video for a 3-minute video in film. And now with HD cameras that are coming out, I mean, my gosh, the camera is you could buy 4 cameras for that.
Yeah, we just bought our own HD camera for the seminar. So the big seminar will be coming to you in HD from now on.
Oh.
So we just got one of our cameras to see, and we're actually still now testing. I mean, it's so new. We literally just started testing it, but things like that. I mean, and then again, that's complete. Oh, I just want to make something clear. That is complete. I mean, we are shooting a seminar, and we're shooting it for 3 days, and so we require a little bit different type of equipment, and that's a different scenario. I mean, that's talk about shooting, for quality in order to to sell an actual event, and we have some things, reasons why we do it like that. But that is not what you even need.
No, that's overkill, and the equipment is getting so incredible and so good. In fact, there are inexpensive HD cameras. One of my customers has GrandCanyon.com.
Yeah.
And he just got about $1,000 HD Sony camera.
Wow.
And I looked at the pictures of it. I mean, it almost looks like film. It's so incredible. So the situation is it's not the equipment. The equipment is not going to make or break you.
It's definitely. I mean, because what's the key? Let me give you an example. I mean, you can take two people, and this may be a good example or not, I don't know. But you can take two people, and let's just say you put them inside of a race car, right? Well, they both have the same equipment, but if one doesn't know how to drive that race car, they're never going to win the race.
No.
And what's really important on this, I mean, just judging by what we're talking about on this conversation, I mean, all of you could go down to the store, you could pick up a camcorder, you could pick up the things that you think you need based upon our conversation today on the call, but if you don't know how to use it, you got a bigger problem. Because, see, the learning curve, in order to learn all of this by yourself, it takes forever. It really does. It takes forever. See, that's the advantage. There was one thing. Mike had mentioned a friend of ours, John Childers, who will be at the big seminar.
Right.
But John, always talks about there is only one true and tried way that has never failed in order for a person to succeed in any subject or any industry, and it's called an apprenticeship. Basically, where you simply go to someone that has learned it before you, and you get them to teach you what they know.
Right.
And that is the true shortcut to success. Trial and error, I can tell you this, first of all, is not a shortcut. I mean, I've been using trial and error a long time on the Internet, especially in the early days when I didn't have anyone else to learn from. But you know what? I quickly discovered that, hey, if I buy this person's course, buy this person's product, if I go to the seminar, if I do whatever, I'm going to be able to shortcut my needs because I don't have to try to figure it out because someone else has figured it out already. And that's what you're going to learn from Mike at the big seminar is how to do these different things. And what makes Mike's presentation different than I would have to say all the speakers that we have at the event and all we ever had is that Mike's presentation is in my opinion, quite a bit interactive. Where he actually has the equipment up on stage with him. He actually shows you how to do it. He actually does it live in front of you, literally live on stage, and shows you how easy it is. And once you see the process, it makes it that much easier for you.
Well, what we do and what we're going to have fun with is we're going to make a television commercial on the fly from beginning to end and get it on the web. And that will be fun. Basically, I know the subject matter because I got to have a little bit of preparatory, but I'm going to show people that it's just a matter of mouse clicks. It's more getting control of the basic controls of the tools and knowing what tools they are. And we're going to show how that works and really go into the opportunities that still exist for people out there. So the bottom line is that there are so many technologies. The signs are pointed. People like Google, people like Yahoo, PayPal, a lot of people are sinking not millions but billions into Internet video. The major networks, NBC is selling episodes in iTunes. They all see that mobile video and video content. But guess what? Because of the Internet, anyone can play in these arenas. Anyone. There's no restrictions. They're not saying, oh, this is only for the big guys. This is for everybody. But what happens is NBC knows how to make content. So does CBS. So does CNN. So do the individual producers in L.A. and Hollywood and all over the country that have years of television experience. What I'm telling is the coach, the information marketer, the individual can sit at their desk with simple equipment and start making content that will turn into cash. And that's what we're going to really focus on.
And that's something that I think everyone has to learn. I mean, you need to pay attention to video. And let me kind of break this down for you a little bit. Mike had mentioned Stephen, And Stephen's a classic example of a person that about doing video. Now, first of all, I have to let you know, Stephen didn't do it himself.
No, he had help.
Stephen didn't do it himself. He had someone else do it. There's no doubt.
In his group, though.
in his group. But the fact is whether you do it or you have someone else do it for you, maybe it's your webmaster, maybe it's your technical person that you work with. Either way, you need to do this. You must do this. You have to do this. You have to learn about video, and you have to start using it because just because that it's gonna make you so much more money. I mean, I can tell you this. I mean, every now and then, you know, in my industry, I come out with something and maybe, or I start using something and I happen to be the first to use whatever it may be. And do you know how much further that sets me up ahead of the game, and how much more sales and how much more income I can make because of that? And I just do it every now and then, and it just kind of happens. But, you know, imagine you planning this with video. This is going to happen. It's not if it's going to happen. It's going to absolutely happen, and you can be at the forefront of this, and that's why this is so important for you. Now, Mike, you're even doing something. You and Jim are actually doing something above and beyond at the big seminar, and you did this last time, and it was a huge success. And explain to people what that's all about.
Well, at the last big seminar, we did website video secrets, where we basically started the basics to get people started online. And what we did is we made an offer for people that would buy the big seminar through our link, that if they could come to our workshop, which we videotaped and we made into the product that was very, very successful. It's done close to 500,000 since last November. So it's the most successful project I've ever been involved with, and it basically what it is it's teaching people the basics of video production and how to use it in Internet marketing. But there's so much more. There's so many questions that people, you know, one of the best things to do is listen to the questions of your customers. And even though we covered a lot of content, there's so much that basically there's going to be a sequel April 5th and 6th. We're going to repeat live Website Video Secrets 1, but then we've got a second day, which is Website Video Secrets 2. And I've got up a special hidden page that only people on this call can know about. And what I want you to do is know about this page. It's called bigseminarbonus.com/Armand. Now, hopefully that's easy to remember. bigseminarbonus.com/Armand. And what we want to do is we want to find those people that are on the fence. They're thinking, well, should I come to the big seminar? Well, I'll tell you what. Here's a personal testimony. What I learned 3 years ago by getting to know Armand and Alex and listening to, I was an attendee. I was one of these people listening to what they said, writing notes feverishly and going, oh, my gosh, I had no idea.
In fact, you know how Mike knows how much it cost me to record my events is because I hired Mike to record my event.
That's a little inside information. Yeah, that was the first one. That was the very first one. The one in San Francisco, right? I think that was your second big seminar.
That's correct. A third one, actually. Second one. You're right.
Dallas was the first one, I believe. Now.
Yep.
But the reality is that I know the value of this learning and the value of hearing what. Because I'll tell you what, none of the speakers don't. You know, I want to be a testimony of this. There's so much learning that I'm in there taking notes. There's always people smarter than me figuring out things. So, the connections you make, the networking you do, and the fact that the speakers are just so brilliant and there's so much new information that, if you really want to sharpen your saw, if you really want to get good, you got to go to this. I mean, Armand has said several times in events that I've heard him speak at that that's where he learned. He learned by going to. He was started out as an attendee, and that's where he got his knowledge. And then he took action on it. So the action I want people to do is I want you to go see an example of my funny commercial. I want you to go to that secret web page, because there's some links there that if you go to the big seminar through mine and Jim's link, which is on that page, basically you can come to our 2-day workshop that we value at $1,000.
and plus we're giving software, and we're actually going a step ahead. We're going to give Website Video Secrets 2 DVDs to everybody that attends. So not only do you get to attend it, you get to go to the big seminar, you get the whole event on DVD when we release it in June, because it'll take until about June to edit it. And I got even a bigger for this call only bonus. Now, Armin, what do you think is the number one question at the survey at my blog?
How'd you do it?
Nope.
What's Armin's cell phone number?
That's number 3. The number one question at from the desk of Mike Stewart is, where'd you get your theme song?
Oh, yeah.
That is the number one question. I use Alex Mandossian's Ask Database, another great, incredible marketing product. And I surveyed people, and the number one question is, how did you get your theme? Where'd you get your theme from? So here's what I'm going to do. For the first 10 people that go to the big seminar or go to that page and tell me the secret word on that page after they've bought their ticket to the big seminar, I will compose an original theme that you can use for the rest of your life.
That's awesome.
Now, you know I'm a composer, Armin. I think I've composed some themes for you.
Yes, you have.
You've seen me play music in the studio, so I'm not a bad piano player.
In fact, I am using my theme that you had done for me, like Saturday.
Good.
I am speaking at I'm in Phoenix here. I'm speaking at a seminar here, and I'm using that theme as my intro. So. Well,
there you go. Having an audio logo we've known for years. Corporations used to pay a cost of anywhere from $5,000 to $6,000. I used to write themes for a guy named Art Williams, A.O. Williams Insurance. Did it for Coca-Cola and Delta. So I know the value of having a piece of music that you can use and establish as your theme. So I want to give that extra bonus. I want people to come to the big seminar so bad. I'm willing to write you a theme, let you come to our workshop for free if you'll come to the big seminar through our link. That basically what it is Armin that's an affiliate program that Armin allows all the speakers to be a part of, and basically the way I can bonus you back for what Armin does for me is let you have all these extra bonuses. That's why I have the website bigseminarbonus.com, and you'll see where it's not just me, it's Jim Edwards and I both. 2 full days, complete private access at the Sheraton Hotel there where the big seminar is going to be. So you would have 5 days of the most incredible training that your head will explode by Sunday night. I know mine's going to, because the minute I get done doing these 2 days, I'm going to come in there and I'm going to be learning too. So I hope to see you there, and I want you to take a look at that, bigseminarbonus.com/Armin.
So let's kind of reiterate that again. So if they sign up for that, they get to come to your workshop.
Yes.
Okay. They get to come to your workshop at that, and I know that's an all-day deal, and you guys show people literally behind the scenes. In fact, I know last year when you did that workshop, last time at the big seminar, I showed everyone. I stopped in and I showed everyone how I did that little talking header graphic up on top, up on top of the website there. And, I know you guys had it all set up. I mean, you had a jam-packed room. And also, besides that, you're going to allow people to come there to the all-day workshop before the event. Plus, for the first 10 people, you're going to write them their own theme for their blog or podcast. And they can use that literally in a number of different things.
They can use it in their products. And all they have to do is prove that they came to the big seminar through the big seminar link, and go to that page and give me the secret word that's on that page. It's a video term that the only way they can get it is to go to that secret page.
And so I think, to me, it's like a no-brainer because it's huge. Now, Mike, I know there's one question that some people may be asking. And I know if I don't answer it now, they're going to ask me anyway.
Okay.
And they're going to email support, and then you have to contend with my wife, and so.
No, let's don't do that.
So the question I know that's going to be asked is, but Armin, I'm already coming to the big seminar, and I want to take advantage of Mike Stewart's bonus.
Well, what we have is we have the ability to where if you're already coming to the big seminar. Obviously, we can't go through our link. Obviously, you could buy another ticket to the big seminar and bring somebody with you. That's a possibility. But we have on the same page the ability to come to the workshop. There's a fee of $9.97, but it's going to include the DVDs. It's going to include new software that we've developed. We've developed 2 or 3 pieces of software that's incredible for video, and it's going to be 2 full days of basically coaching and training from Gemini. You could see the testimonials from last year. People were just incredibly impressed with it, and we're going to be talking about blogging and green screen recording. And
hey, in fact, there's a green screen recording on that page.
There's a green screen recording from a very dear friend of mine, Armin Moore, who used his green screen, and we're going to explain how we're going to have. Since this is in Atlanta, I've got an old production buddy of mine named Matt Gore, who is a pro at lighting. We're going to be talking about advanced lighting techniques. We're going to be talking about the different camera use of camera angles, just a lot. It's basically grade 2 of really improving your internet video, plus inside marketing information. Jim has developed 6 infomercial templates that he's going to be teaching that are just phenomenal no-brainers to create web infomercials. I mean, it's going to be a fantastic time. We've already got over 20 people already signed up. So, and we're gonna be cutting it off pretty soon. So, I'd love to see 10 people sign up tonight. If you haven't made your commitment to the big seminar, then here's an opportunity to get that bonus. Basically, what it is Armin is paying for your ticket to come to our workshop. If you've already attended, I still think it's an incredible value because last year we did not include the DVDs, and Jim and I decided that if people will come to our workshop, we're going to give you the product and all the software and any bonuses and upgrades that we do further on. So basically, you can pay the same price in June and just have the DVDs, or you can be a part of history with us.
Sounds great. So again, that website again is bigseminarbonus.com/Armand. And if you're coming to the big seminar already, you can take advantage of that by simply clicking on the link, and you can order that workshop. Or if you're not coming to the big seminar yet, all you have to do is simply go to that website and click the link to register your seat for the big seminar on that page, and Mike and Jim will contact you there. So again, Mike, first of all, thank you very much for being on the call with us tonight.
Thank you, and I look forward to seeing you in my hometown, Atlanta, and I wish you safe travels, and we will talk again soon whenever you're ready.
Sounds great. And, folks, the big seminar is coming up, as I said, 2 weeks from tomorrow. 2 weeks from tomorrow, we'll be starting bright and early at 9 a.m. in the morning for the big seminar. We're going to be going all day Friday, all day Saturday, all day Sunday. I'm going to be paying for your lunches each and every day on Saturday night. I'm inviting you all to a huge, huge, huge dinner banquet on Saturday night there as well, too. Not only are you going to get, to see Mike Stewart, but you're going to see Yannick Silver, Declan Dunn, Mike Filsame, Craig Perrine, Stephen Pierce, John Childers, Alex Mondosian, Harv Ecker, T. Harv Ecker, who I just talked to the other day. And we're going to get all these different people. We're going to get there, and we're going to train you on marketing, on the Internet, and on many, many other subjects over the course of those 3 days. We've had phenomenal success with the big seminar over the course of the last this is our 4th year we're doing the big seminar now, and it just keeps getting better and better each and every time. Once you come there, you'll understand why people are coming back. In fact, we have people coming back now for the 7th time in a row to the big seminar, which is just amazing. And why? Because it works. They see the results. They get the results, and you can get the results too. The question I have for you is one and one only, and that is, the question you need to ask yourself is this: ask yourself if you are ready to take your business to the next level. Are you ready to take your business to the next level?
Yes.
If the answer is yes, then I will see you in Atlanta, Georgia. Simply go to bigseminarbonus.com/Armand, ARMAND. That's ARMAND, just to make sure you get that right. And if you go to that website, you'll be able to see all the bonus that Mike and Jim had put together for the big seminar. Obviously, we have, I think, almost every major Internet marketer in the world really will be there, whether they be speaking or as a guest at the big seminar as well. Just amazing, amazing things happen there. You need to be there. You need to go there now. So click on the registration link. I just want to let everyone know time is running out. Absolutely. We filled up the Sheraton already. We filled up the Hilton across the street, and we've got another hotel that we're just a couple blocks down the road that we have available, and you'll get all those details. And depending on when you sign up, we have even backup hotels there as well too that we can reference you to. And again, so we have again, you need to make a decision quickly because all of our hotels are filling up left and right. Why? Because the amount of people that we have coming, and there's another event going on in Atlanta, Georgia at the same time that's huge, and they have taken up a lot of the hotel space. So you need to register your seat immediately, get the hotel information, and then go ahead and register your hotel room as well, to reserve your hotel room as quickly as possible tonight, preferably, because we only have a couple days until our room block expires, and so you need to do that immediately. So go ahead, register your seat tonight. I hope to see everyone in Atlanta, Georgia. Mike, thank you again, and everybody, have a great night. Bye-bye, everybody.
And what we're going to do right now is actually get the call officially underway. Again, my name is Armin Moore, and I'd like to welcome everyone today. This is the Big Seminar Preview Series. Now, many of you that haven't heard of the Big Seminar yet, well, it's a seminar that I've put on for the last 2 years. This is our fourth big seminar that we've done so far, and each seminar just keeps getting better and better and better, and we've done some amazing things in the past. We've brought in the top marketers in the world all in one place at one time to teach you for 3 full days of just rock-solid information about marketing, specifically online marketing. And this year, we just have a tremendous lineup of people that are going to be there to teach you, as well as we've got some great bonuses in store for you. For example, this year, last year I gave away about 6 months ago, I gave away a Mustang convertible to one person from the seminar, and that person happened to be Jermaine Griggs. And he came to the seminar, obviously looking to improve his business, and he's done a lot of great things since then. But he also walked out of that seminar with a brand new Mustang 2004 Mustang convertible. This year, this seminar in October, I'm going to be giving away a brand new convertible PT Cruiser to one person that's going to be at the seminar. And that's just part of what's the possibilities can happen at the seminar. But also, we've just got 3 days that's just going to be jam-packed, full of rock-solid information on how you can take your business to the next level on the Internet, and as well as many other techniques that we're going to be covering, such as offline marketing as well. And we're going to be covering a lot of information. We have some speakers such as Marlon Sanders, John Reese, Paul Culligan, J.J. Childers, Stephen Pierce, Carl Galletti, Randy Chirac, Alex Mondosian, Jim Edwards, Alexandria Brown, Mike Stewart, who we'll be talking with today, my good friend John Childers, as well as myself. And we're going to be teaching you for 3 days everything that you need to know about the Internet, and that's all going to happen in Los Angeles on October 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. And we'll tell you more about that as time goes on this conference call. But today, what we want to do is we want to talk with you. We want to talk to you and with you from a person named Mike Stewart. And Mike's one of our speakers at the seminar. And many people have probably heard of Mike as the Internet audio guy. And Mike has been showing people how to put high-quality audio on the Internet for quite some time, and that's the way that Mike and I met just a few short years ago. But, Mike's been working on something new, something revolutionary that many people have been wanting to do, but yet they found it very complicated. And, I've been looking into this aspect of multimedia for quite some time, and you've seen some of the results on our pages and some of the things that I've done in the past. And what I'm talking about is video production, specifically low-cost video production, multimedia, specifically for the Internet. And Mike has put together and has found some very high-profit ways that you can do this to make it work for you and your business. And so we're going to be talking with Mike all about that today on this call. So, Mike, I'd like to welcome you to the call today.
Hey, it's great for us both to be here in Australia together today.
Yeah, and just so for those of you that don't know, Mike and I are actually in Australia right now. We're actually doing this call live from Coolum, and so we had to figure out how to dial international, which wasn't that easy. But once we got through, we were okay. But the fact is that today, Mike, we're going to talk about video. Now, let me ask you this. I know everyone has known you for quite some time as the Internet audio guy.
Yeah.
Now, why the sudden move to video?
I don't consider it a move. In fact, when I reserved the domain name Audio Guy at the recommendation of Alex 3 years ago, I said I'm going to grab video because I felt that was the future for the Internet. Even though it had a lot more challenges 3 years ago than it does today, it just keeps getting better and better. There wasn't quite as much broadband 3 years ago as there is today, and the tools that we're going to talk about in this call weren't available. And there wasn't low-cost and easy ways for people to create the content themselves. So a lot has changed, But when I got into the Internet, it came from a television radio production background. It didn't come from an Internet background. And so as the computers get better, faster, and the technology keeps improving, I knew that self-video production was a future for everyone that wanted to get a message across the Internet.
Well, one of the interesting facts that I just read about just a few weeks ago is that last month, for the first time, was the first time ever in history in the U.S. that broadband users have outnumbered the number of dial-up users.
Yeah.
Now, that's a major that's a major announcement, really, when you consider it, because one of the reasons why many people have held back as far as getting into multimedia and specifically video for the Internet, we're talking big companies and small companies, is the fact that, dial-up users, if there were so many dial-up users, most people couldn't take advantage or see or utilize any of this multimedia. But now, with the times changing and broadband coming into being the majority of the people out there, businesses and home users, then now we have an opportunity to expand upon some of these technology. Now, you said one of the things earlier is that, the tools weren't available previously in order to make this happen. Give us some idea about some of the tools and what do you mean by that?
Well, even as early as 98, 99, Real Media and Windows Media was making 56K video, which was pretty useless in people's minds because they were comparing it to television. It was a very, very small image. It was very jerky. It was very blurry. However, companies like CNN and NBC, they were broadcasting 56K video streams. But on the real world, working with customers and hearing their resistance to video was they couldn't understand how to make the players work. There were lots of challenges to make computers receive that kind of content, and so from a marketer's standpoint, it really wasn't even a consideration because it didn't enhance the look of a product. It was difficult to demonstrate customer support. Basically, you saw a blurry face and a little bit of lip sync and poor quality audio. Well, broadband completely changes that. And even Real Media and Windows Media can stream very, very high-quality video streams that are usable. But the thing that I think this year that is going to revolutionize, and it's the same technology that made my audio passion come to you 2-3 years ago, is the fact that Flash multimedia has got a new standard called FLV, .FLV file, which just stands for Flash video. The Flash player is everywhere. 98 to 99% of everybody in the world has Flash, and Flash 7 can stream the FLV file with no challenges. That means that people can hear and see it if you know how to create the content.
And that's extremely important because let's look at this as that Real Media, Real Player. I mean, depending on the type of media that they're playing, you may have to upgrade, downgrade the video player that you have. And then, with Windows Media, same type of issue. I know Windows Media just came out with Windows Media 9, which is, one of the main purposes was for video, for streaming video.
Exactly.
But previously, up until now, or just a little while ago, what we've had to do is if you're going to make a video, you had to put it in Real Player. You had to also make it for Windows Media, and then you may also make a Flash counterpart as well too. But because of the fact that Flash is automatically installed on almost every computer nowadays, that cuts a lot of the issues down as far as a person producing these videos. Now, I know one question that may be going through many people's mind on this call right now is what are some uses that they can use as a small business owner, as a marketer, as a product creator? I mean, what are some uses of video?
Well, just as we introduced with audio, the customer testimonials. If they go to the big seminar page, you've got literally 30 or 40 video testimonials. There's no question that is an authentic person talking about what a great. You can actually see the emotion in their face. You hear it in their voice, and you can see it in their face because it was real. It was captured with a video camera. A picture's worth 1,000 words. A video's worth 10,000 words. So customer testimonials is important for every company. But See, when you get into product display, when you get into customer support, when you get into distance learning, when you get into a number of presentations, and what I think is most important and what I'm going to be talking about on the seminar is product creation. Our business model has been information publishers learning how to, you started with e-books, and then I kept thinking that the extension from e-books is audiobooks. Well, now DVD training programs, DVD products, information products that are using video, all of those are reachable and are valid reasons for the marketer to learn how to get the production techniques down. You know, we're going to get into maybe cameras and recorders and some simple techniques in a minute. But the bottom line is that if you can learn to record your voice, you're able to get it up on the web. We've proven that, and that's being utilized everywhere. It's the same concept. If you can go to the next step and learn how to light a camera, get in front of it, and record something that's convincing to help market.
Well, I know, well, for example, I mean, if you're looking at a website or if you're looking at a product for that matter, I mean, you're talking about taking the real and bringing it into the virtual. Mm-hmm. And, by doing that, you stand out from the crowd, from your competitors, because most people can't do it, or they don't know how to do it, or they're paying big money to do it right now, and they just can't keep up with someone that can really do it on the fly. I know, we talked about me doing, some of the things that I want to do in the next few months, which is, doing some video things and putting them, strictly online, and then making a physical product for it as well too. So, mm-hmm. Doing tutorials, doing different presentations, and teaching people through a video as opposed to just an audio, which and the thing is, Fred Gleek, who's spoken at our seminar many times before, always talked about the different modalities of learning. Some people like to read, some people like to see it, some people like to do both, some people need to experience it. And, there's a certain number of people, and that's all of our clients, I mean, the people listening onto this call, you have customers who cannot just listen to it. They cannot just learn from just listening. They can't learn from just reading, but they need the combination of being able to actually see someone and also hear it at the same time, and to see emotions, to see how that all works. And those people will be more apt to with video, as well as the other people that could learn on those other methods as well. They will learn more via video. And it's Mike, I mean, it's pretty simple at this point for the most part.
Well, the television equipment of 10, 15 years ago was just like audio equipment. It was large, it was expensive, it was complicated. It basically took a very educated video editor, producer, to make the cameras work, to be able to get it. It was all going to analog videotape. It was just something that somebody looking at it first time, it would be virtually pretty much impossible for them to pick up in a short amount of time. But now there are systems that allow you to do that. One of the big improvements is the small camcorders. The quality of their low-light shooting is just almost near broadcast quality. A camera 15 years ago was a $30,000 investment. Now there are cameras that are as little as $400 that are usable. So, I'm selling hard products. I'm selling products that have customer support that the companies that manufacture them, do in printed manuals. I'm planning on every package I do, it's going to be a great support to send a DVD showing you how to plug the wires in. So, I mean, there's so many applications of learning to put a camera on a tripod, light it in such a way that it's clear to see, and then you still, with this flash video, have the ability to put this kind of content online and viewable on demand. A quick little story is, our friend Jim Edwards, who is speaking, I knew one of my tests is if you and Jim like it, then I think I'm onto something.
Right.
And I produced a little video, and I'll give the URL before we leave here. And, I mean, actually in a sloppy T-shirt showing how I really work, and I produced a little 4-minute video, and the minute Jim saw it, he bought it. So it's like you can actually make a custom presentation in a matter of minutes, and I don't think I could have done this and shown it with such detail had I not had a camera to be able to shoot it and have the motion of the camera. So there's going to be we're going to get very, very creative as time goes on.
Yeah, I mean, and You know, when I first saw the video, well, let me give everyone an example. I mean, some of the applications, because I want you to be clear. I mean, Mike mentioned the use of video testimonials, which again, if you're on this call, you've actually been to the Big Seminar website, and you've seen some of the things that we've done on there as far as video and how well that can work over the internet, even on low band or dial-up access. Even it will work that well. One of the things that you hopefully seen at the top of the page was a video presentation that I actually paid someone to do. That video presentation at the very top of the Big Seminar website, when you first got to our sales letter, that video alone, let me give everyone an idea. I know because this company has been hammered with the number of people calling them, but that video cost me about $10,000 to produce. Now, I was in a hurry. I needed it done, and I wanted it for the website the way this was done. But now, you know, with the different video equipment, and if I had a little bit more time, I could have easily done it myself, you know, utilizing the tools and services that Mike has for next to nothing. I mean, actually, I could have done all the work myself. It wouldn't have been that complicated. But this company, I mean, that's the value. That's what people are paying to do this. I mean, I paid it. I paid $7,000 just for production of that, and to actually get that file, and then I had to pay for my time to fly up to Boston for a whole day at the last minute's notice, with 1 day's notice, so I didn't get a great plane fare. Pay for my hotel, pay for my meals, pay for my cab ride for 50 miles, and you know, after all that was said and done, I spent about $10,000 just to get that one video. Now, if you know, that video will pay for itself, I have no doubt about it. But you know, what happens to, for example, in my situation next year, when I want to promote my next seminar? Well, I'd have to pay someone $10,000 again. Well, I don't think so. I mean, I want to save money. That's just one application. But you know, when you first seen that video, I mean, I think there's a lot that gets a lot of people's attention. We've gotten a lot of response from it. That's just one aspect, like video introductions. That can be just one mode alone. The video testimonials, as you've seen later on the website, that can all be done. But you know what? And when you're producing these products that Mike's talking about, the customer support products, just manuals. And now imagine this just for one moment. You purchase a product. Let's assume, let's just keep it simple. Let's say it was a piece of software product. You bought a software product, you get it, and then you download this little ebook that's the help manual, except it's not called a help manual anymore, it's called a help video. All of a sudden you open up this little video, and all of a sudden you see you know, someone come on saying, "Hi, welcome to our help video, and here's what we're going to show you over the course of the next 5 minutes, which is how to use our software completely." And when the person comes up, you see their little name come across and their position within that company, and all of a sudden they fly out, just like you would see on television, a transition. They fly out of the picture, and then all of a sudden what comes up is a screenshot of a computer with someone actually moving their mouse around, just like you would see in a Camtasia video. And then all of a sudden that person comes back in. You see, you know, they update you with a website, and you see that website appear across the bottom of the screen, and then they continue on into the different sections as far as how to use their software. That in itself would be so much helpful. As a business person, you're going to cut down on customer service. You're going to make your customers that more happy. And, you know, the next question that people are always going to ask you is, how did you do it? Because everyone always wants to know, how did you do that, once they see something amazing like that. But if you picture in your mind you having a product, I don't care if it's an ebook, I don't care if it's anything else, you can do this. So, I mean, so Mike, let's cover the process as far as how would a person, let's just say, go about making a help video.
Well, step one, and this is what's been done for production of video for years and years, is you have to do, and it's very simple to set up in Word, is do what's called a split script. You just do 2 columns in MS Word, and what you write on the right side of the script is what you're going to hear, the narration, the description. And then when you get all of the steps written in audio, step 1, step 2, step 3, so forth, then you start thinking creatively, what do I want to see? Let's take the example, plugging a microphone into channel 1 of an audio mixer. I would say that you take the end of the plug and plug it into channel 1 of the mixer. Then on the left side of that Word document, I think, what am I going to shoot with my camera? Or I'm going to shoot someone grabbing the cord and plugging it into one. So it's pretty logical once you organize it in a script, because you can't just start taking a camera and just wildly shooting things and try to put it together later. You really need to map it out first with a script. So, in fact, I've got a script template that I can post somewhere here later at the call and let people download it, what I use in Microsoft Word. Then step 2 is, have the camera and have, bare minimum, just a good FireWire camcorder. I actually bought a Sony camera at Walmart for $400 that was fine for this. And
then just to explain to people, because when you start talking about FireWire and stuff like that.
Okay, all right. You have to calm me down here. I forget about those things.
It's a little technical for some people. I mean, because you've been using the term FireWire with me for about a year, and I finally figured out what it was the other day. So,
well, okay, camcorders have 3 different video and audio outputs. That's just real common. The best one to get into a computer is called FireWire. It's just a cable that comes with the camera, and Pentium 4 computers, you have to ask if your computer has a FireWire input. It's like USB. It's just another port that's made for cameras.
Now let me ask you this though, because I've seen this, and tell me if this is correct or not. On some video cameras, you can go with a FireWire cord, but it will have a USB extension on the end of it, so you can plug that into your USB port.
Yeah. It just depends on the camera you purchase, and it depends on the software that comes with the camera that's going to allow you to do it. But the bottom line is that starting at very bottom end. Now, of course, I like to get to some more high-end stuff, and we'll be talking about that at the seminar. But for the purpose of today's call, if you can figure out how to take what you shoot with your camera and get it into your computer onto your hard drive, it will store it as what's called an MPEG video file. That's pretty much it. And there are video capture cards that are readily available. I actually have a USB video capture card because quite honestly, my laptop doesn't have a FireWire input. I had to go get what's called a Dazzle card. They're very common at Circuit City and Best Buy. They're in the $75, $80 range. And I can play what I shoot on my camera into this capture card, and then the software that came with the capture card makes it what's called an MPEG file, an MPEG video file, which has the audio and the video. Now and it also allows me to do some simple editing in the program where I can clean up the front and clean up the back and then save it on my hard drive. It's pretty slow, but it does work. So once you've got that MPEG file and it looks good on your computer, see, that's a key thing that we're going to be talking about a whole lot. Making stuff look good on the web, the better you can look producing your video, which is really, quite honestly, mostly is lighting. A good camera with good lighting is probably more important than worrying about what wire goes in the computer. Because if it's a very poorly lit video or the camera's shaking a lot, I mean, there's lots of things we're going to talk about. Really, the simplest thing to do is get a $30 tripod. Always put your camera on a tripod so if you're not holding it in your hands. And once it's an MPEG file on your computer, there's quite a bit of software out there that will take that MPEG video file. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, the Sorensen video conversion utility that you told me about has a capture utility already built in, so you can go straight from the camera into Sorensen, which is available from SORENSON.com.
Now, let's just talk about that real quick, just so people understand, is that what Sorensen is, this will take your MPEG, your video file. If it's an MPEG, you can use an MPEG, or if it's an AVI file, you can use an AVI file. Whatever format it's in, it transforms it into another format. And what allows you is you can adjust the compression of it. You can adjust how small the file is or how big the file is. It's totally up to you. There's a lot of pre-built-in settings on it. I know guys that have paid other people $400 and $500 just to find out what the correct settings are to use in this Sorensen product, because this is the best compression utility there is. And what I mean by compression is it will make the best quality, but the smallest file size that I've ever seen. And, you know, between Mike and myself, we've tried, I think, everything.
Yeah, I've been wanting to do this for years, and you know, Flash, the big Flash program will do it. If people want to shop around and just look just to see what we're talking about, you'd go to macromedia.com and search about video conversion. And then another tool that you have and I have, and I've used it before, is called Wildform Flicks, and it's at wildform.com. You know, I'm not selling these things. I just want people on the call to know, once you get the video on your computer as a computer video file, which is AVI, extension .avi or extension .mpg, then you have to convert it to the FLV flash file. But once it's done to that and the settings are correct, then you can do what Armin and John Reese and a lot of people recently, because I've been getting several emails like, how's it done? How's it done? Well, it's having those tools. And another issue, you know, that I can't stress enough is that if it's poor quality going in, it's only going to get worse when it gets compressed. So you just need to make sure that it looks as good as it can on the camera. And that's pretty much the basics. Now, believe me, we can get a whole lot fancier and go for a long time about how you get fancy, because you were alluding to that by like putting your name over top of your face and cutting to your computer. One of the issues is now computers have an output called S-video. And because they have an S-video output, it's very easy to capture the screen onto video. So there's going to be a lot of techniques that I'm going to show from the stage of these little bit more advanced things, but they're not that advanced. I proved to myself in the last couple of months because I got a video editing system that would allow me to create DVD training products, and I sat there with the camera on me and was able to go back and forth between my computer in real time and create an information product, looking at the camera, switching to the computer, doing something, and hopefully everybody's familiar with the Camtasia screen capture software. It's doing sort of the same thing, but the difference is you're making a video, you're making television, as opposed to making a screen capture video, which is really a different technology.
Well, you know, I've done the same thing with Camtasia. Now, let me give you an idea of some of the things we recently did, which is pretty interesting. Now, I knew that the FLV file plays a whole lot better than an SWF file.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me make it plain and simple so everyone understands. An SWF file basically stands for shockwave file. That's been most of the times, if you see a flash file on the internet, it's normally in an SWF file. But when you're dealing with video, you know, now with flash video, it has to be an FLV file. So one of the things is that an FLV file plays better, plays faster, and is than an SWF file. So what I've done is I've taken my Camtasia videos that I've done recently, and instead of putting them into an SWF file, I used the same program. I had Sorensen. I took my AVI file that I made from Camtasia or Camtasia, and then converted that into an FLV file.
Yeah.
And now I've got an FLV file that people will see almost instantly, and it works really, really well. So, you know, that's just one thing that you can do with it. But if you're doing any kind of tutorials for software or ebooks or whatever the case may be online, an FLV file is going to be better than an SWF file, you know, every single time.
Oh yeah, and then if you learn how to use the camera files, that would be ways to mix the Camtasia content with real live video shot with a camera. So, the possibilities are endless for product creation and online. I see distance learning. I think membership websites is a great application. You can put this kind of content and charge monthly fees if you're able to produce it. So, you know, I'm going to be focusing on showing people how they can produce it themselves. Just to give you a perspective, when people used to ask 15 years ago, what does it cost to produce corporate video, not Hollywood video? If you think about the per minute cost of creating movies, we're not even getting there. We're not even talking about that. The common budget for producing corporate television, or what we used to call industrial television, was about $2,000 to $3,000 a finished minute. So if you were doing a 5-minute video, it's not uncommon to have paid as much as $15,000 to $20,000. that's taking in consideration every piece of the element that it took to get it produced. So if you can learn to do this yourself to that quality, it's a great return on investment learning these skills.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're, let's just kind of try to bring it down a little bit for people. What if you used? I know many people have seen our audio postcards that we've been doing for quite some time for over the past year now, as far as notifying people and things of that nature. What if you could send out a video postcard where you could make a video of yourself announcing a new product, asking people to subscribe to a list, or a drop-in box that happened on your website, asking them to subscribe to your list, or you coming down in a video and you pointing to say, fill in this one here, this field here, put in your first name right here, and you're pointing to it at the same time. And then down below you said, and then enter your email address and point to that as well too. And then click the submit button, and then you're pointing down to that. I mean, would that have more of an impact as far as people subscribing to your newsletter and things?
I'm sure it would.
I mean, I think it would be outrageous as far as people doing this and getting the response. And what we're looking for, I mean, bottom line on the internet, we're not talking about hype. We're not talking about all these different things. What we're talking about really is what works.
Well, the issue is I'm sure you're going to test that, just like you did audio.
You trust me, I'll be testing it.
I know you'll be testing it. I can't imagine that, just especially from the reaction to a lot of people, I think you and John are some of the first marketers to start really using FLV files, because I'm not even really sure how new that is. It's probably it's less than a year old, I'm sure.
Well, it's less an FLV file, just so everyone understands. The new Flash video files have only been available really in Flash 7.
Right,
and the issue that most people weren't utilizing FLV files up to this point, because I know the reason why I wasn't, because I was using SWF files in video, and I've been doing video on websites for a little over a year now, since the last big seminar, actually.
Right.
And one of the main issues was that an FLV file required people to utilize Flash 7, which is an upgrade that most people didn't have on their computer. But I can tell you this, with the number of people that have seen the Big Seminar website, that have seen, other things that we've done as an FLV file, we haven't had anybody state anything else.
Well, and the other issue with that is Flash is one of the only players that I'm aware of that will upgrade itself without you doing anything.
Right.
And so what happens is that if you are on any web page that has a Flash 7 file on it, in the background, if your ActiveX settings are set properly, which most people's are set to allow it to come in, it will upgrade, and you'll have Flash 7. The easiest way to tell is right-click on any Flash animation, and it'll tell you the version you have. And if you don't have it, it's well worth going to a Macromedia site and upgrading, because on broadband it takes a matter of seconds.
Yeah, it just takes a few seconds, and then you're done, and you never have to do it again.
And if it's up to Macromedia, they want the whole world upgraded instantly anyway. So it's, like I said, every other player format, which, there's Real Media, Windows Media, and we don't want to forget QuickTime is another high-quality video format. But Flash is the one with the least resistance. Flash is the reason it will work, and that's what the marketers and information publishers should be aware of.
And, and the thing is that because it's installed on all the computers, I mean, it's really not a big deal for people. So, and that's how I look at it.
Right.
But there's so many uses with video, and, Mike, I know a lot of people, when they saw audio, well, let's put it this way. Most people haven't even jumped on the audio bandwagon yet.
Yeah, and we're not going to. I don't want to let that go. I didn't quit. I didn't abandon ship.
Right.
It's just that as a marketer, I don't want to ignore the other possibilities. And I think what the big seminar is all about, what you're all about, what I'm all about, is to say, hey, look, this works. I did this. I created an information product by myself. I put a video clip up. I mean, I actually will let somebody see the sloppiness, but the fun of a little 45-minute presentation I did for Jim Edwards, and it resulted in a sale. This is things that you can do as an individual to communicate. I mean, people are blown away when you do things out of the box, and that's what self-DVD creation, self-video creation is something that people should at least consider.
Well, one of the things is that you mentioned something is the reason why you're mentioning it, and that audio is certainly not dead. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is that there's another option for producing products and getting people's attention that works. That's multimedia. That's definitely is the next step. But the fact is that one of the things with the big seminar in that we've always promoted, these are advanced techniques that people are utilizing currently. Case in example, the big seminar website, to produce results and get ahead online. So with this, by utilizing video on your websites and starting to realize and acknowledge that it does exist and that it can work and it can work for you, I mean, you're just that far ahead of the curve. Now, I can guarantee you this. There's some people on this phone call right now that are listening saying, geez, I don't know if I'm going to implement video or if I even want to mess with implementing or utilizing video online. And that's fine. That's totally up to you. What I'm telling you is that there's a certain advantage, if you want to call it first implementation or first mover's advantage, as far as utilizing video on a website. There is an advantage. Bottom line, there is. I know it. Any successful company does know it, that the people who first implement technology, usually there's a certain learning curve that happens first. Then what happens is then that information, that technology, they get branded with being cutting edge, and that's truly what video is right now on the Internet. I mean, it's definitely cutting edge. I mean, up until now, the only companies that could possibly utilize video were the Fortune 500 companies, were the movie companies that are spending, huge amounts of money producing these things. Some of them in upwards of $40,000 to $50,000 just for a 30-second clip. Designed for the Internet.
Exactly.
And, you can do it yourself at a much reduced cost. So, keep this in mind as you're doing this. I mean, Mike, if you were going to do a video, how long, let's use an example. Okay, let's say I want to do just an introduction clip of myself to put on a website. It was going to be, just say 30 seconds. Mm-hmm. Obviously, after I've recorded it probably 14 times till I finally said it right, how long from that point would it take me to convert it, put it online, optimize it, and all this other good stuff?
Well, let's assume you did 30 seconds flawlessly without a mistake, and you're happy with the way it looks.
Right.
Okay. It'll take a matter of minutes for Sorensen to convert it to the FLV file. It's probably going to reduce it to, since it's 30 seconds, it's going to reduce it to a very, very small file size that if you've got a broadband connection, you could be, in a matter of minutes, you could have that video up.
And running on the website.
And running. Well, I'm going to give you two case studies that I've been doing experimenting, because I don't want to talk about something that's impossible for people to do. These are two things that I've accomplished in the last 3 weeks initially. I'm going to give out this URL, and I want everybody to be, I want to first apologize for the fact that I got my sloppy, I usually wear this T-shirt every day of my life on. But if you go to internetaudioguide.com/dv7.htm.
Say that again.
Okay. internetaudioguide.com/dv7.htm.
So it's D as in David, V as in Victor, and then 7.htm.
Yeah, and that's just an example of something that was done in 45 minutes, just goofing around for Jim Edwards. And so, the question here was how quick could you get something up? As fast as you can do it. That's the bottom line. Is if the video looks good, the tools, the conversion utilities, and the uploading and making it work on a website is really not much harder than getting up audio. So that's just to show an example of something that was just a 101. I don't think Jim would mind me letting other people see this, but it was just it was a way to prove to myself that, wow, if I wanted to shoot 30 seconds to explain something to you, Armin, and and I wanted to have it documented so that you could go look at it, because you're in Australia for 4 weeks and I can't get a hold of you.
Right.
Okay. I mean, that's a scenario that just proved that it worked. Scenario number two, I had David Garfinkel, who's a friend of ours and a copywriter. He had an idea for a DVD product. He came over on a Friday morning. We worked for 5 hours. We finished together a product that is, I think it's going to be an excellent product that can be valued over $100. And what was interesting is when you can pull the audio off the DVD, and now you have a partner audio product to go with the DVD product. It's almost like how we did from audio first to ebook. Well, you can go video to audio to ebook and have a higher perceived product. So there's a lot of applications here for learning these techniques.
Well, let's use David's example. I mean, you said it took about 5 hours to produce and everything. And how long was that?
It's an hour video.
About an hour video.
Basically, it was like a one-on-one seminar where you've got the speaker talking to the camera,
right,
and you're switching to PowerPoint slides. And that, but the content was incredible. But visually, what you're hearing and seeing is David talking to you one-on-one, and then with what's called a video mixer, which allows you to switch back and forth between the camera and the PowerPoint slides. The two of us I'd cue up his slides, he'd be talking to the camera, I'd hit a switch, and then on the screen was the PowerPoint slide. For anybody that's seen John Reese's product, it's very similar to that technique. It was him talking on stage, switching back and forth between the PowerPoint slides. So it's like having a seminar by yourself at home and capturing it.
Right. And no, let me ask you this. I mean, obviously, David went to you, and you kind of did the whole deal. But, a person sitting by themselves at home could actually do the same thing.
In fact, if anybody looks at that silly little video I made for Jim, you can see how I went to, once again, Walmart, one of my favorite stores. They have a miniature camera tripod that you can set on your desk. And I'd recommend getting at least a good little camcorder, not get one of these. The webcams, they're for that application. This is about making at least nice-looking television. Yes, you could do it with a webcam, but these camcorders are just such high quality. At least start with a $300 or $400 camcorder.
Now, let me ask you this. I mean, you're saying camcorder. I mean, does it have to be digital? I mean,
no, not at all.
Because it's just going from the camcorder directly into your editing system.
Exactly. You don't even have to use the tape. Because you're just using the camera for your visual, and then you need to have a microphone to capture audio. It's better. You can use the camera microphone, but there are wired pin-on lavalier microphones that are pretty inexpensive. Or even if you had a microphone on a stand in front of you, that wouldn't be the end of the world. There are techniques to allow you to capture this stuff inexpensively.
Well, thinking of this, Let's just kind of make an outline of some of the things that a person would need in order even to do video. So, first of all, you'd need a camera of some sort.
Correct.
The second thing is you need the camera to go into some kind of editing suite.
Exactly. And there are software editing suites, Adobe Premiere, Vegas Video. These are just some of the names of brands you can search on Google. And they're pretty expensive, but there's also Sony makes Screen Blast Video, which is like about $100 video editing program that you could use with a camera and could get some pretty good results. There are, like I said, there's several different programs that allow you to capture the video from that camera, capture the audio, and make it into the MPEG or AVI file. I guess I got off on a train of thought here.
Well, okay, once you've captured the video, well, there's the other alternative too. As opposed to the software that you can buy for your computer, and that is actual hardware that's for video editing solutions.
Well, that's one of the things that we're actually going to be recording the big seminar with the system that Adderall just came out with. It is a dedicated video editing system, and the reason I like that is because it's professional. I try to teach people about professional quality for less money. This system is comparable to systems that cost as much as $100,000 15 years ago, and it is a dedicated hard drive video recording, capturing, editing system with all the typing the text over, animation, transitions, everything that big time television uses. You have the ability to learn and use for quite a bit lower money than it used to be. So hardware systems have another advantage. It only knows how to do video. It's not a computer that says 1 minute I'm on the internet, the next minute I'm getting email, and the next minute I got to do video. So therefore, it renders faster. It captures cleaner. There's just a lot of defenses I'm going to talk about using software-based video versus using a dedicated hard drive system.
And you'll be covering all of that, actually.
Oh, the system will be sitting there capturing my speech and everyone else's. Well, that's true, isn't it?
That's absolutely true. I mean, kind of give everyone an idea, Mike and I are good friends, and, as I'm into, as far as the latest and greatest type tools, and video happens to be something that, I think is definitely the next wave of the Internet. And specifically for us, I mean, again, like I said, I've done, this is my 4th seminar that I personally put on, and, I've videotaped every single one of my seminars. Now, it's not cheap to videotape your own seminars, and let me give you a reason why. First of all, it's 3 full days that I need a staff, I need a crew there, and I had to pay these guys to be there, as well as their time to produce it, to edit it, and everything else. And, I've paid anywhere between $8,000 and $15,000 to have 3 days videotaped. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, and everyone that I've worked with has done a great job. But to make things easier for ourselves, we've gone ahead and brought everything in-house, meaning that I have my own person in-house that's actually going to be doing all my editing, that we're going to be doing all our recording, we're going to be doing all our videotaping. In this way, I have full control over it. Now, that's just going to help out. Now, Mike told me about this new system. I was in the process of going to get my videos edited from our last big seminar, and so I went ahead and I purchased the system. It was one of the best buys I've ever done in my life. And the reason is because literally, I mean, I talked to Mike, right after I got the system. Within a couple minutes, I was making all these fancy transitions, and I didn't read the manual. I'm like most men. I didn't read the manual. I just started playing with buttons and moving things around on the screen and figuring, I really can't break this thing, so I'm just going to start playing. And they had some sample video in there, and I started editing it and doing all this other crazy stuff. And it was just amazing. And there was really, literally no learning curve for me on this, on this at all. So I started using it, and then we had other people take over it from there. In-house, where they now edit all our video, and we did our last video editing for all our last big seminar tapes that we just did for Orlando. And, what we're doing with this is because, for example, let me show you how we're taking advantage of this system. We're taking, we just registered a website called Big Seminar Presents, where we're going to be releasing a new video of each one of our speakers out to the general marketplace every month. And that's how much I think video is going to happen. We're banking really a lot on this, and it's definitely the way to go. I know I'm not wrong on this, but that's just some idea as far as how much we're involved as far as doing video and what it can do for you. Now, Mike, I know. Explain to everyone, what you're going to cover. I know because we've only had really just a short amount of time here to spend with you on this call today. What exactly are you going to cover at the event and show everyone there and teach them?
Well, I'm going to show examples of possibilities of creating product. I'm going to, for the people who haven't heard anything about my audio presentations, I'm not going to spend as much time as I have in the past on audio, but I am going to touch on some of the old points that I think are important for people to know. And I'm going to be around and a little freer at this big seminar where I can be able to answer a lot of questions. So audio is not ignored because there's still a lot of people that are still researching that. But the bigger portion on video is going to be talking about. I am the person who wants to go out and find ways of doing it as professionally as possible without spending a tremendous amount of money. As an example, lighting is so key important when you get a video camera. If you remember, if you ever had movies made and your dad had movie lights, they were always bright. Well, the brighter the lights and the right color temperature of the lights is something real important. Well, if you get professional movie or television lights, they burn hot. And they're very expensive. Well, a good friend of mine in video says, hey, here's a little tip, just as an example. There are fluorescent screw-in light bulbs that burn the exact brightness and color temperature that you need for video, yet they burn cool and they're like $5 a piece. And so I'm going to be coming up with all kinds of step-by-step, down and dirty ways that you by yourself can create good-looking, not Academy Award-winning cinematography. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about good quality video yourself for all of these potential applications: customer service, customer testimonials, support video, online training courses, developing seminar products yourself. Actually, to the point of look over to the right of the stage here or wherever the equipment's set up and see that a system that would fit in suitcases can be transported to a live event and capture it and turn it into a product. So it's going to be soup to nuts, as much as I can cram into the time allotted, to show you that the next step, what I call the next wave of information marketing, is self-video creation.
And, I truly believe that, is that video itself definitely will be, the way that products could be made into the future. Within the next 12 months, I think you're going to see more and more people coming out with that as products. I know I personally am. And I know many of the people, my friends, and people that will be speaking at the big seminar as well, are also going the same route. So that's 100% absolutely true. Now, every time we've always done the big seminar, each one of our speakers usually has come up with some what I would refer to as a crazy offer for people that they invite to the seminar. Now, many of you on this call today were referred by Mike to this call, and for the people that had come as a referral from Mike, he has gone ahead and put in a tremendous bonus package for people that actually register for the seminar today through his link. And Mike, why don't you explain to them what happens? Now, let me explain to everyone. When we're giving away over almost $1,700 in free bonus gifts ourselves for you attending this big seminar. For example, like the bonus package of you can bring a guest for half price. We're also giving people resale rights to Big Seminar San Francisco, Big Seminar Orlando, and also these preview calls that you're listening to right now. And you get those resale rights, and you also get a product called the Internet Toolbox, as well as the resale rights. You actually have a chance of having a physical product that you can sell, because Brett Ridgway is actually going to be fulfilling those orders for us and for you. And so you can actually have a physical product that you can market immediately. And again, all the preview calls to the big seminar that we're doing like this, which is, again, 100% content that we've given on these calls, and all the other calls will be just like that. But, the speakers that at our event always put together their own little outside bonus package that they like to offer people to get them to come to the event. So, Mike, explain to everyone what your bonus package is.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to preface it with this one comment. I think it's so important for people to come and be there physically, because the networking is worth the price of the admission. Getting to know the people. The deals are made by the people you break bread with, the people you talk to in the halls. And you know what? I walk away with something from every speaker that I didn't know. So you just can't even put a value to that. So it's no secret. We make money as speakers promoting to our list people that purchase through our link. I want to basically reimburse you with all of my products. I have a membership website called learnaudiosoftware.com, and I'm going to give a year's membership for that. That's worth $240. I've got a product called Front and Back Music, Volumes 1 and 2. That's $179. Audio Compiler, which is $97. I've got a DVD course called Audio Basics Workshop, which is, I'm trying to practice what I preach here. I have a DVD product that I sell online. That's worth $300. And if you don't own SoundForge, which is the audio software that everybody should own and know how to run, I'm going to throw that in. That's about $1,100 worth of bonuses for people that sign up through my link. I want you to have that because two reasons. I want you to have these things, and I want you to be at the big seminar in Los Angeles. And come up and tell me. Let me know that you're there, because you'll be glad you did.
Now, when you're saying sign up through your link, I mean, you mean that just so everyone understands. Well, let's talk about this first. Is the real-world value. Now, the prices that you gave, I mean, those are not hypothetical values.
They can go to the websites and verify those costs.
Right. Any one of those. I mean, because I know some of those costs, those products, you do. I mean, they're not just cheap and expensive products. These are brand-name products like SoundForge.
Yes, SoundForge is $69 download and $79 on CD, and I send the CD.
Right. So, so these are real value, real-world products. With real prices that attached to them, and Mike is actually giving away What's the total on that, Mike? $1,100?
It's almost $1,100 with this. Learn Audio Software is the .com is my membership site. That's $20 a month, and I was going to give a free year's membership. I have production music you can download. We have audio articles using Audio Generator. We've got tutorials in Camtasia on about 30 subjects right now, and I update it every month. A bulletin board where you can ask me questions and I personally respond. In fact, it comes as an email every time somebody posts a response. So I think all these are good packages, and these are things that I want to entice people to be sure to attend the seminar.
Now, Mike, what is your link for the seminar? So
it's bigseminar.com/Mike.
So, again, now here's the other part to this. Now, we have well over 100-plus people, closing in on towards 150 people already pre-registered for the seminar itself right now. I mean, in Los Angeles on October 22nd, 23rd, 24th, we're going to be holding our event. Now, this is with over 150, well, I should say over almost 150 people pre-registered right now. At this point, there's only room for about 250 people. That's it. This is only our second preview call, and so I'm telling you this is that this seminar will sell out like we've always done before. Now, I told Mike what I was going to do is I was going to make an offer actually to even help you out. Anyone that goes ahead and signs up through Mike's link in the next 60 minutes, that means by 11 p.m. Eastern Time, what you're also going to receive is the full tape set, which is, I believe, 19 tapes, actual physical cassette tapes, of the big seminar, our first big seminar that we had in Dallas, Texas, just 2 years ago. And on that tape, you're going to hear people like Joel Christopher, Carl Galletti, Alex Mondosian, Kurt Christensen, Ted Ciuba, and many, many people on that call. There's about 17 different marketers that are on that call. You get the complete tape set, again, only for the people that sign up within the next 30 minutes through Mike's link at bigseminar.com/Mike. So that's it. That's the offer. Now, Mike, I know we're going to be talking with we're doing a lot at the seminar. You're going to go into details about all this. I know you've got plenty of things, and you've got some special things that you're getting ready to do for the seminar. So I'd like to thank you for being on the call with us today.
Thanks.
Taking time out of your day down here in beautiful Australia.
Mm-hmm.
And folks, a seminar works like this. A seminar is an event where you get together with like-minded people that can help you, teach you, and train you as far as the ways. You're going to learn direct information from the stage. The most powerful aspect of our seminar, in my opinion, has always been the networking aspect, meaning the people that you meet, the people that you get to know there, the relationships that you build are truly one of the most important parts of our seminar. And with the sheer number of people that we have there, the networking really is unparalleled, and we've always been proud of that, and we're going to continue to provide that type of environment. Yeah, we got some great bonuses. Yes, we're giving away a car, and that's all great, but you know what? To take your business to the next level, you do need to meet the people out there that can help you. You do need to make the relationships that will take your business to the next level. You do need to do all of this because networking and the Internet itself is not just a one-person type deal, meaning you are not an island. You need other people and what they can do for you. My point is that your business can only get so far by you doing it by yourself. That's it. You're very, very limited. You can build a successful business. I did it. But when I started going to seminars, when I started going and meeting people, when I started meeting all my friends that were people who are now my friends at these seminars, my business really, really started to take off. It's just that important. If you go to bigseminar.com and if you listen to the individuals talking there with the testimonials, there's 21 different ones there, plus Jermaine, actually, I believe there's 22. Just listen to them. You can hear it in there. The common theme is that the important part was the networking aspect. It's not my words, it's their words. But every day in business, we go down through this road. We go down through a road where really it's kind of like this. It's kind of paved with minefields, if you want to look at it this way. We can go down through it. We can try to figure it out ourselves. We can step in one direction and hit a mine. We could step in another direction and hit a mine. But wouldn't it be easier if you could simply follow in someone else's footsteps that has already gone through this minefield before, and at the end of the day, you be on that road to success with that person as opposed to trying to go it alone? That's what a seminar is all about. So again, what I urge you to do, seriously take a look at our website, take a look at our seminar. We've got some tremendous people that are going to be there sharing ideas with you, sharing information that is only shared at seminars that you will not ever hear these people talk about really online. So I urge you to seriously take a look at that. Rooms are filling up fast. We only have a few people, about 250 people left that we can maximum hold. We can only hold 4 people at the seminar, 400 people at the seminar, and and that's it. After that, doors will be shut. There is no doubt. We've already anticipated this. So I urge you to register your seat today for the seminar. I'd like to thank you for taking the time to join us today. My name is Armin Morin, and we'll be emailing you shortly, probably tomorrow, with our next seminar, next teleseminar that we're going to have for the preview calls, and that will be on Thursday of this week, and we'll be telling everyone about that then. So again, I'd like to thank you for being on the call with us, and I'd like to thank Mike Stewart for taking time out of his day to be with us. And everyone, I shall see you soon, and I hope to see you at the big seminar in Los Angeles, October 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. Have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye.
Okay, well, we are muted out, and it's a funny thing getting booted off my own teleconference, but
is everyone still there?
And it's one of those feelings, knowing that you're talking to absolutely nobody, and you get this little beep on the phone and wondering what that is. But again, first of all, let me do this. Let me start the call with, I'd like to welcome everyone to the call tonight. My name is Armin Morin, and today's call is a little bit different than normal. Not only do we have a great speaker, but we are doing this call live from Australia. As I mentioned earlier, we're in a hotel room looking over Sydney, Australia, and we're just having a great time. Got down here, we just got here a couple days ago, and but we are going to do this call as promised, and we have Mike Stewart. He's actually sitting right here in the hotel room with me, and tonight's call with Mike is all about audio, how to add audio to your website, how to really just make your website spin, buzz, do anything you want, utilizing the power of the human voice. So we're going to talk with Mike in just a moment, but again, folks, I just want to remind you that this call is sponsored by the Big Seminar, and those of you that don't know about it yet, the big seminar is happening here very, very shortly. In fact, it's happening in just a little over 30 days down in Orlando, Florida. We got great speakers, a great lineup. Not only do we have Mike Stewart, but we have Mark Victor Hansen, author of Chicken Soup for the Soul, author of the 1 Minute Millionaire with Robert Allen. Mark's going to be with us down there. We're really excited about that. We're also going to be having Alex Mondosian. He's going to be on our call in a couple weeks here. We also are going to have Yannick Silver, Jimmy D. Brown, Jim Edwards, Michael Fortin, one of the greatest copywriters that ever lived, David Garfinkel, Bruce Safran, Fred Gleek, and the list goes on. Stephen Pierce, I almost didn't want to forget Stephen, but we have Stephen Pierce that's going to be with us, and you don't want to miss what Stephen's talking about. He's going to be talking about his Pierce Power Plays, which he's never talked about before. But we're going to have a great time down in Orlando. I'm giving away a 2004 Mustang convertible. I mean, think about that. You could be going home with a 2004 Mustang convertible, and so we're really excited about that. That should make the event just extremely exciting. But most of all, the whole purpose of the event, besides all the other fun and activities and everything else that we're doing, is to teach you how to take your business to the next level on the Internet. And we're going to do that. We're going to just give you as much information. We're going to condense literally years worth of knowledge into a 3-day span, and we're going to do that all in Orlando. So again, all you have to do is click on that link. We got something that is going to blow you away by the end of this call. I can guarantee you, because it's something that Mike had told me about just a few minutes ago, and I thought he was nuts. But I'll tell you about that more on a little bit later. We'll tell you about it later, so just stay with us. But first thing I'd like to do, though, is get into the call with Mike. And some of you may not know Mike and what he's done. Mike has been involved in the recording industry for many, many years, has worked with some of the top people in the music industry. And a few years ago,
He simply took all that knowledge that he was using to make studio quality music and started showing people how to do that same type of technique on the internet. And you know what? It's responsible for people like myself, like Alex Mondosian, like Jim Edwards, like Yannick Silver, John Reese, and Jimmy D. Brown, and many others, taking our audio quality on the net to the next level, and it's all due to Mike's help. And so we're going to talk with Mike about that now. But first, Mike, I'd like to welcome you to the Big Seminar Preview Series.
Hey, thanks, Armin. It's great to be here with you, and Australia is just awesome, everyone. It's unbelievable.
But, well, Mike, let's talk about this because, just like on many of these calls, I've been asking people what you did before the internet.
I am a musician, first off. I wanted to be able to make a living as a musician, which is a tough goal as a kid. Your parents and in-laws and everyone encourage you not to be a musician because it's a hard life to make a living at. And I knew that commercials and radio and television commercials and different aspects of commercial audio was closer to being a musician with a real job. And the way to be a musician and get paid to be a musician, I had to own a recording studio. At least that was my path. I figured if I started a recording studio in Atlanta back in the 80s and would do jingles, radio advertisements, music for television commercials, music for industrial films, all kinds of different projects that were corporate projects, I would get to be hired as a musician in my own studio. You hired the studio, you got me as the musician. And it achieved the goal that I envisioned as a kid, as I got paid to be a piano player and a guitar player for radio and television commercials. And I did that for 20 years, from 1980 until about the end of 1999.
So you got paid to play.
I got paid to play my instrument. and the thing that I didn't understand back in those days is I was trading hours for dollars. There was only so many hours in the week that I could work, and there was almost so much of a rate I could command. And we were constantly looking for new customers to send out billable hours, and it worked fine. We made a great living. It paid well, but it was not. I don't consider it a business. It was just constantly, and it was a burnout factor. After 20 years of working with advertising agencies, I lost my passion for it. I started hating what I loved, which was music. So that's what turned me to figuring out a way to do something as a different business model, and looking at the internet, we were very computer savvy because doing audio, and there was a music language back in the 80s introduced that all musicians went crazy over called MIDI, M-I-D-I. And so we were very comfortable with computers. So the internet was just a branch of what we were already working with, but the difference was when I looked at the internet, it was just way too silent. There were technologies even emerging as early as 96 that allowed audio to function on dial-up, but commercial businesses and websites weren't really utilizing that power. And I knew the power of the spoken word, I knew the power of the music, I knew the power of sound effects, and all these oral elements that we used in production to help market on radio and television, but no one was doing it on the internet.
Now, there's a couple things, though, because, just kind of give you the scope of, Mike has worked with some pretty big clients, some of them nationally known clients as far as doing audio and correct me if I'm wrong, but jingles,
yes,
essentially for them as well too. So you've worked with a whole realm of people, from the small business person to the nationally known companies, right now. So that's pretty impressive. I mean, as far as that goes. But the point that I'm trying to make to everyone is that Mike knows what he's talking about. In fact, during your playing days, let's call this your playing days, there was a song that was pretty well known at the time. I remember in my youth that it was on. What was that song?
Well, I was in the band that did Pac-Man Fever in 1981.
Pac-Man Fever.
And but my partner on that was a guy named Jerry Buckner, and the group's called Buckner Garcia, and we made a living to be able to do our dream of records by doing jingles for local and national advertisers.
See, but there's something else that's happening right now, and this is my point of view. On the internet right now, the internet is going from a transition. It's because the internet, we talked to Jim Edwards a few weeks ago that the internet is going from a static media to more of multimedia. And to me,
audio is certainly the most viable piece that's available right now, because there can be debates on video and things like, heck, I use video. Everyone on this call, if they've gone to the Big Seminar website, they know I use video. But do I think it's available on the mass basis right now? Probably not. But audio is ready.
Yeah, that's the thing that was the objection. When I started my first company that was non-jingle and recording studio, my recording studio was one name, but I bought the domain name in '97, Sound Pages, because I thought web pages needed sound.
Yeah.
And real media was pretty much all there was back then, and it worked for me on dial-up. You could stream an audio file, and you could produce an audio program and listen to it. But, the objections, the consensus with most people, businesses, Internet users, and marketers, is it's too hard, it's not usable, it doesn't work, why would you do it? Not interested. And it was a battle, and it's what's becoming around, I think, the curve that's happening now, and, you're very responsible for helping that come about, is that it does work, and it works because of Flash.
Right.
I discovered that, quite honestly, in '97.
Right.
This will be a funny thing, but I'll tell people about it, is my inspiration that audio and video, like Jim Edwards is doing, works on the web, was back in '97, being in our studio, we would trade jokes with each other. That was the big thing on the Internet. Everybody send viral, funny things to each other. And this thing called joecartoon.com came to us. And it was a silly little thing. It was called Frog in a Blender. And everybody was sharing it over dial-up with each other. It was online, and it was also a download. But what it was television content with sound. And it was done in Flash 3.0, which was incredible, but it worked. It told me that a website could have broadcast content, like a television station and like a radio station. And I said, what is making this work? Because there were no challenges. There was no plug-ins to load in. It just worked automatically on my computer, and everybody's computer we showed it to. And this was, I guess, this 97, 98. I said, this guy has figured out how to make television content. Now, how he monetized it back in those days, this guy, to this day, still sells double-page banner ads.
Okay.
He's still selling because he gets so much traffic because people go to see the silly content. He doesn't make any money off the content. He drives so much traffic. Well, think about that. I said, this is the television model. We don't watch television for commercials. But commercials in radio and television is what pays the bills.
Right.
So no one was making content on the Internet to build an audience like a television or radio station was. And so I was out there saying, this is another way to build an audience. The only difference between your website and NBC or ABC network is they've already got an audience.
Right.
And you got to build an audience. Well, how does radio and television build an audience? Through every mechanism known to man, but the Internet has got so many other ways to build an audience. But what happens is when you get them there and there's nothing multimedia or at least audio, I think that you're missing a tremendous opportunity. So that's why I said I'm going to learn every technology that makes audio work flawlessly.
Well, that's what I look at it as right now, and this, to make sure everyone understands this, is that right now, if you take your websites and just ask yourself that question, and because you can have a great sales letter, but 9 times out of 10, you'll always find someone with a better sales letter than you. I find plenty of people with better sales letters than me all the time. You can have great graphics, but again, you'll always find someone with better graphics than you. And hopefully you have a great product, and obviously products are always debatable. Everyone's biased; their own product is the best. But you know what? When it comes to sales and when it comes to conversion, what makes the difference is what makes you different. And what audio does, it kind of, especially right now, it levels the playing field between you and the bigger companies out there in the marketplace. It gives you the opportunity to be different. Be different than the other place, and it allows you to put in your own personality. Right now, you are all listening to me, on this teleseminar. You're all listening right now to myself and Mike, and you're listening to what we're saying. We're listening to how we say it. You're listening to the inflection in our voice.
You're listening to the pauses. You're listening because, many times it's easier for us to talk to someone else than it is to write it. I'm not a great writer. In fact, my writing honestly kind of stinks in many respects. But I do know how to sell. I mean, I do know how to, pull out the passion of what I have and what I believe in through the use of my voice, because I've been talking, for quite some time now, and and I can tell people, and people can sense that, and so you can relay all these types of emotions through audio, and I think that's one of the biggest benefits, of audio. Now, Mike, I mean, one of the biggest things that you told me a long time ago was the quality. You kept putting in the quality of the audio, because I think it's a big pet peeve of yours, if I don't understand if I understand this correctly, that the audio quality that most people have, even if they are doing audio, is, for lack of a better word, crappy.
Well, what I discovered as I was studying to be an internet marketer, and as I was studying what other successful internet marketers were doing, I realized that one of the most important parts was creating products, and they were doing cassette programs, and I won't name any, but there were some cassette programs that I purchased back in those days to start understanding. I knew how to create quality audio. I knew this from owning a studio for 20 years.
Right.
I knew microphones, and I knew all the software, and I knew all the pieces of the puzzle that it took to do studio quality audio. But here were these people selling very high price ticket items that were cassette series, and the production value and the content to me was distracting because it was so poor quality. And I thought, gee, these guys have got such great content, but I was distracted, and I think some people would sense where there's editing problems, where there's interruptions, where there's things where you could really make this quite a higher quality product. And so I said, well, okay, that's something I can share with people is that I know how to make an edited, clean, quality audio product. And if this is something internet marketers are interested in doing, well, Alex Mandossian taught me information publishing. That's what this is called. I didn't even know what it was called. But information publishing is another product creation using audio. And what I wanted to understand is, okay, people are back at that time, I think, and you were a big part of this, people were making good money creating e-books.
Sure.
That was a big successful trend for quite a few people.
And still is.
But one of the things that I didn't see is that there was that same content was replicated as an audio product. And one of the reasons is a lot of people didn't know what were the software, what were the hardware, what did it take, and what made it good versus bad. If people A and B, good and bad, they instantly see it. So one of the missions that I had out here is to tell you to understand the difference. But then the biggest thing, and one of the things that really got me excited a couple of years ago, is that if I bought something in text, if I bought a printed book or an e-book, I could read it and still not comprehend it. I just have a terrible time comprehending the printed word. And I thought, well, I don't think I'm that dumb a guy, but I don't understand how I can read these words and it does, the comprehension level is so low. Well, I started doing some research on the internet. I found out that there's a lot of studies showing that people are purely auditory learners. Fred Leak talks about the different modalities of learning. People learn by different methods. Some people can do well with reading text. Other people do it by audio methods. So if you tie this in with making money on the internet, it's an incredible, valuable asset for an information publisher to replicate the content he's already created in one format to have it in another format. But what's the roadblock? Well, they don't know where to start. The first thing they do is they'll maybe go to Radio Shack and buy a cheap microphone. Well, that's okay. I'm not putting down Radio Shack if anybody works for Radio Shack. It's just that there is a difference between an inexpensive consumer piece of equipment versus Studio Pro equipment. And so nowadays, the equipment has gotten so small, so compact, and such incredible high quality that has become my mission now is to explain to people what equipment works.
Right, and one of the things that that I looked at on the internet. I mean, it's
I think most people know this. I mean, I've been doing audio for quite some time, and the key is when I first got online was the fact that what we need to do is raise the bar of the audio content on the internet. And what I mean by raise the bar of the audio content, I took a look at some of the people doing audio. I know Alex was doing audio just a little bit before I was, and I heard his voice. His voice came on his website, and I thought, well, that's kind of neat. And and he told me, it's in Flash, because I think that's when you first started working with Alex. And
right.
And I was like, well, okay, well, I put there's just audio there. I said, well, what if you had some music on that thing, right? And so and I added some music to a lot of my earlier messages. In fact, heck, some of them are still online on a couple of my websites now. But by adding the music to it, it gives a different look and I shouldn't say different look. It gives a different feel to what I'm saying. It's kind of a technique, and I. Okay, well, we're back. Just a moment. Just let me make sure that we're back online fully here. Okay, everyone still with us? Let's try this again. Okay, well, we're back. Okay.
Yep, you're back.
Hold on. Okay, again, apologize that. Again, the issue is that apparently they are limiting how long we stay on this phone. So we're probably the way I calculate this out is that we're probably going to go out in about another 25 minutes. So let's skip everything else, Mike, and let's get into some really good content on this because we want to make sure that everyone gets the details. And again, I apologize to everybody. We're trying to do this as best we possibly can. It's certainly a different experience for me trying to call internationally like this from a hotel room. Apparently, they're just limiting our time frame. So. Okay, so we talked about audio, we talked about all the details, but let's talk about this because towards in a couple of minutes I want to talk about some uses and where they can use this and things. Let's talk about specifics.
Okay.
And what I mean is this: certainly the quality of the equipment that you're using is going to dictate how well the audio comes out.
Correct.
What you're just talking about, using a cheap microphone versus a higher quality microphone, let's say.
Right.
And that's going to dictate the difference. In computers, a long time ago it was garbage in, garbage out, and it's the same thing with audio. If you're just putting in bad recordings, it's going to come out as bad recordings.
Well, there's techniques. Starting with the best possible microphone is step one. That's your point of entry of good quality audio, and how you say it, and microphone techniques, how close you talk to the microphone.
Right.
Learning microphone techniques, and these are things that I talk about, and I try to teach people. When you say the letter P, like a word pop, that will make a thud on a microphone. So learning how to turn your aim the air coming from your lips when you say words improves the quality of your recording. But the model for really quality audio is sensed by everyone, because we've got a whole history of radio and television. That's what we measure it by. When you hear radio and when you hear television, you're hearing the best of the best.
Right.
So now here's the internet, which we've proven beyond a shadow of a doubt can deliver this kind of content flawlessly. That's what we know. And we know if it's done well and done with quality, that perceived quality increases conversion, increases all types of positive effects to the sales of a website. Because ultimately our goal is we want to build a customer base that trusts us, that wants to do business with us, and ultimately wants to spend money with us. There's no better way to build trust than to have content on that website that can display that with high quality. So if you do poor quality, people are going to sense that. If you do high quality, they're going to sense that too.
Okay, now some of the people on the call may be, let's say, unsure of the value of audio on the internet, and they may think to themselves, I just don't know if I really want to invest in something that I'm unsure if it's going to work. And first of all, just let me give you some stats as far as some things that has happened to me personally by putting audio on your website, audio on the internet, and things of that nature. The first thing is adding audio to a website. Just simply saying, "Hi, this is Bob Jones, and welcome to my website. And what I want you to do is simply just read what we have to offer here. If it's for you, go down to the bottom of the page and just simply click the order button." Just a basic introduction like that. A basic introduction will increase your response from the traffic that you're doing. It will increase your response on average. For me, it's gone between 200% to as much as over 400% by adding audio to a website. Now, even if I just had 100%, that would have been good enough for me to do it. But in some cases, 400% as far as the difference in response rate is even that much more of a reason to go ahead and do it. Now, to put it this way, again, some spots where you want to put some audio, the guarantee, that's a very crucial part. That's a part where you want to interact with a person. That's a part where you want people to understand your emotions, your feelings behind behind what you're saying. Can they believe you? Believability is a huge part in making the sale, and that's one aspect. Audio testimonials, certainly another aspect. It's one thing for you to say it. It's another thing for your customers to say it. It's another thing for your customers to not only have the words there, but to have their voice on the website. It's another spot. Adding audio, to your in the end, on the order page, just right when a person goes to order, that's over a 350% increase in sales just by placing audio on your order page. Now, just from what I just told you here, does it make sense to put audio on your website, and use audio in your business? Of course. Now, we haven't even got into what kind of results you can have with an audio product. Which would sell better? Which can you get more money for? An ebook, which is just words, or an audio product, which could be the same exact words, but put into audio. You can probably charge 2 to 3 times more money for that same exact product. So why wouldn't you want to do it? And you can download it.
Well, of course, it's another digital product that is another way for generating income from all the marketing efforts that you do to make your website work. Why not have the multiple options for people to sell? So learning to create an audio product yourself. Let's go through the scenario that if you wanted to do an audio product, a tape series or a CD series about any subject, the way you used to do that prior to having your own personal equipment was that you had to book time at a recording studio, or you were using something inferior to do it with. Okay. Well, that's an inconvenience. I used to have people call up and say, I want to do a 12-hour tape series and I want to rent 12 hours of time. And you go, you can't do a 12-hour tape series in 12 hours. It's impossible.
Right.
It just doesn't work that way. You need the time to be able to think it through, and you should do it. You don't want to do it in one 12-hour sweep. You want to be able to have the convenience of working on little pieces at a time till you accomplish the whole program. So what I saw is that now that this technology is so simple and so easy to do that anybody can do it. My analogy is that if you can write in Microsoft Word or WordPerfect or any of your favorite word processor, if you can write a paragraph in it, and edit the sentences, take a sentence out or put a sentence in. You can do the exact same same process with your recorded voice, because basically all audio editing software is word processing for sound. It's the ability to highlight and delete. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, and you can undo it. It's so simple to do that. And so you eliminate that challenge that people had as little as 5 or 6 years ago of that, I want to create a tape series. I have to go to, if I want it to sound like a professional recorded studio product, I have to go to a recording studio, which means there's scheduling, there's an uncomfortable environment. There are so many things that were a detriment to the product that's totally been eliminated because of the fact that you can do this in the comfort of your home with the computer you already own. And now instantly you've got the ability to create so many other avenues. Not only if you learn to create an audio product, then you have the ability to create these messages, which are marketing messages that convey emotion. I got started with my customers initially just doing the testimonials. I showed that to you a year ago, and it was interesting to me that if I saw a testimonial in text alone, my first inclination was, they just made that up. But when I hear somebody say that, and I've used it personally, I mean, you hear that person's voice, you may know that person's voice, and you hear that emotion that they say, this is the guy to use. I believe in him. That's much more believable. And text can't do that alone, but audio can. It can show those emotions.
Well, let's talk about this. Let's get into some details. Now, let's just talk about a simple way that people can record some audio at home, even if they don't have all the fancy equipment, even if they don't know anything. Let's just walk them through like the steps using what's currently on their computer.
Okay. Hello.
Okay, we're not sure if we're still on, so let's just try.
You're on.
Okay, we're still here. Okay, good.
Yeah, we're on.
Okay, everyone, excuse me for being a little paranoid. but according to my calculations, because I still got about another 15 minutes before they're going to cut me off again. But again, let me make the statement though. If we should get cut off again, which is a very good chance that we are going to get cut off again, don't go anyplace, because we will dial in right back as fast as I can, and we'll jump back on this call. So again, don't go anyplace. But I hate to say it, but I am a realist when it comes to this, considering it happened to us twice already. That we will call back right immediately. So let's just again back to where we were.
Okay, recording software. You need something. What comes with Windows, I think, is the Windows Recorder.
It's a Windows Recorder, and those of you that just don't know where it is, if you go to Start on your Windows program and you go to Programs, and then you go up to Accessories, and underneath Accessories, you're going to have some tools in there. It's probably listed under Entertainment, like on mine. It has Entertainment, then I have Sound Recorder.
Right, sound, which is pretty limiting. I think at least the one last time I looked at it, because quite honestly I don't use it. I think it limited to a minute.
Yeah, it will extend out, but you really got to play around with it. But if you need to do something real short and sweet, you could probably.
A laptop generally will come with a microphone built in.
Yeah. And
so if you had a laptop, you could experiment with it. It's very limited editing. There's another program that's very, very inexpensive, which I haven't even used myself, called Acoustica, for PC.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that one.
Acoustica, I think it's at acoustica.com. It's like $24.95. It's a pretty powerful little program, and it doesn't have any limitations, and it does MP3 technology, which is real important to understand about MP3 technology.
Now, let's just talk about that real quick, though, because when we're recording audio, most of the time we're recording into a WAV file, right?
It depends on the software. For instance, the one I'm most familiar with is SoundForge, and it lets you choose what you save it at. It's going to build it at the WAV file resolution when it records. But then when you save it, you have the option of changing to a different format. And the reason I recommend MP3 is all MP3 is a compression technology that has been around for several years, don't even know how long. And to the engineer's ear, it is identical audio quality to a WAV file. A WAV file is a PC audio file that is CD quality. But MP3 is 1/10 the size. So what you're doing is you're able to save 10 times as much audio content in the same space that you do with a WAV file.
Okay, so what we need is some program to record our audio into, and then we need some kind of microphone. So if a person had, for example, on a laptop, it has a microphone already, they could do it. Or if you have a computer at home, a desktop that has a microphone jack, which most computers do, you could plug in at least just a basic microphone and start recording something.
That's correct. A good, a decent microphone, but even an inexpensive microphone is going to be better than nothing. And learning the editing software, I think, is probably the most important element of getting started, because then you have the ability to go in and clean up something, do it over and over again until you're satisfied with the result.
I can relate to that because I think most of you have heard messages from me in audio format at some time or another. If you just go to the Big Seminar website, there's several different messages throughout the sales copy that I recorded, and if you think I got them on my first try, you're wrong, because most of those messages probably took me a good 5 to 10 minutes to do, even though they may be less than a minute clip.
Right. I mean, see, those are the old techniques and the strategies that we used to do when we produced radio and television commercials. When you hear something on radio and television, that's not the first take that announcer went in there and did that. They spent time really thinking it through and listening back and making sure, did I put enough emphasis on that word? Because that's critical to the success of that message. If I go, come to the big seminar, or I go, see me at the big seminar. I mean, it's the emotion in my voice is part of the sales process.
Right.
So being objective and learning and listening from what you recorded, to me, I can't even put a message on an answering machine without having to do it 5 or 6 times. I would rather write it out and get my microphone, get positioned right, and script it, and then edit it down and make it sound flawlessly. I don't like hearing all the uhs and ums. I mean, that's just maybe the engineer in me.
I do that all the time because when I talk, I pause and I try not to go the and the ah, but I end up doing it anyway. So what I do is when I have my recordings, though, what I do is I go back through, and every time I say or or I spit and I sputter, what happens is I go through and I cut it. I cut that out and then compress the rest of it together.
Yeah. Well,
which is what you were talking about earlier, is about copying and pasting.
Yes.
It's like, and again, so everyone understands this, it's if you were typing out a Word document and you misspelled a word, you would basically just backspace. But in this case, let's say you just typed in a word that was extra. If you just highlighted that word and simply hit the delete button, the word never existed. Well, that's what my or is. It's just a word that's not supposed to be there.
And the issue with recording voice announcements is that you can say, we used to call it pickups. If you were reading a script, you would pick up with the previous sentence, and there's always a pause between sentences that you can easily edit out the bad sentence to where it just goes flawlessly through the whole script. So, and there's a lot of techniques like marking. We used to use a little clicker that was like a dog training clicker, and that would make a mark on the digital audio screen that would mark where our mistakes were. So we could quickly find where the mistakes were and edit out those mistakes faster than ever was possible before computers.
Okay, so let's kind of back up, because I want to make sure everyone understands this. Just some basic stuff here. Again, basic equipment is that they need a software. So we could use Sound Recorder, which could certainly do a short message. You might be able to play around with it, do a longer message. You mentioned a piece of software called
Acoustica.
I
think if you search Google for Acoustica, you'll find lots of links to it.
Okay.
So $24.95 for a powerful program.
So Acoustica is a very inexpensive program that you could use. The next thing, though, obviously we need a microphone.
Yeah.
To get in, so we could use a basic microphone. Again, what we're talking about is we're just talking entry level, just trying to get something in a digital format, and then it's going to record into WAV, and then we could probably save it as an MP3, which is preferable for us.
MP3 WAV files do not stream, and
right.
They're huge files.
Right.
MP3s are extremely compatible on the internet for downloadable. For streaming.
Let's talk about this, because here's a major issue that a lot of people don't understand, is that all MP3s are not created equal.
No.
Now let's talk about that for a minute, because I know I understand this because of our use with Audio Generator and playing around with this,
right.
And how to get the optimal size and things. But if you could have the same recording in two different files. One could be 100 megs, and the other file could be 10 megs, but still both MP3s of the same recording.
Well, if you do any web design and you know about photographs, JPEGs,
right?
There are different compression levels of photographs. The more you compress it, the worse the photo looks.
Right.
And the higher the compression, the clearer and the better the photo works. Well, it's the same thing with MP3s. They have what's called stream rate resolution.
Right.
And bit rate. Those are the technical terms. Basically, what you're doing is you keep robbing information from that format of MP3 to where even though it's audible, it still is taking away data.
It's not necessarily perfect.
It's not perfect. Now, technically, what it is 128 and higher is considered CD quality.
Right.
128 kilobit MP3 is a resolution of MP3. Now, Audio Generator recommends 24 kilobit per second mono MP3s,
right.
which can be easily made from the higher resolution one. Is what I recommend to all the people that I work with is save it at the high resolution, because you can always make the lower resolution version. Now, the reason for that is because then it works on dial-up as a streamable file.
Yeah, I've been doing some playing, and for example, if you're going to do an MP3 file, now this is another factor, though. This is, again, I found this out the hard way, is if you record at that
low
resolution, it comes out a whole lot better than if you tried to reduce it down.
Yeah.
Because if I recorded at, let's say, 8,000 kilohertz, and I know some of you may be wondering, what the heck are they talking about? But when you get this software like Acoustica, you can't really do it on well, you can change the format even in Sound Recorder, down to certain resolutions. But even if you record at 8,000 and you were at 64 bits, that is an extremely small file. For example, this call will be recorded at that resolution because that's the way I have the backups going right now. And this call, which is an hour, will be only I think about maybe 30 megs.
Right.
Before I play around with it or anything.
Well, the technology. We don't want to get hung up with all the technical stuff here. It's just that there are basic little rules that you need to learn, but depending on your application. If
Okay, well, we're back on. Let me just make sure that everyone else is here with us. Just a moment.
We're here.
Okay.
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, again, apologize for that. That should be our last one for the night, but again, trust me, it's just as frustrating for me here as well too. So let's get back to the details, Mike.
Okay. Well, we were talking about Acoustica.
Oh, we got Acoustica. We were talking about the MP3 format. We talked about MP3 streaming. Let me give everyone a trick here.
Okay.
This is one of my classic tricks I found. Okay, that I use to stream an MP3 file. Okay, here's what you do. Okay, here's the instructions. Open up a text file on your computer. Okay, well, first of all, record the MP3 file. Upload the MP3 file to your server. That's step 2. Now go back to your computer on your desktop. Open up a text document. That means Notepad on your computer in most cases. Open up this Notepad file, and then I want you to just put where your MP3 file is located. For example, if it was at the Big Seminar site and I uploaded it to that server, I would just put the URL http://www.bigseminar.com/ the name of my MP3 files. For example, let's say armand.mp3, and then I would go up to the top of the program under Notepad and just click File, and then click Save As, and I would name the file this, armand.m3u. Okay, armand.m3u, and then save to somewhere. And now upload the M3U file that you just made. Upload that up to your server now. Now, go to your browser, open it up, type in where the M3U file is located, and what's going to happen, it's going to open up their default media player, maybe Windows Media Player or Real Audio, whatever they have programmed to play MP3 files on their computer, and it will now stream that MP3 file. It's a little trick I learned a while back.
Yeah.
But it's very effective.
Yeah, and that's what we did prior to Audio Generator.
Yeah.
But Audio Generator makes it so much easier. In fact, I know how to do that, and I personally use Audio Generator because it's so fast.
I mean, there's some crazy things that you can do, and obviously Audio Generator made it easy for people to put audio on websites and testimonials, things of that nature, and and we have certainly thousands of people all over the world using that. But sometimes some people they want to take the long route, they want to do one on their own.
Well, if you searched on Google M3U, there are lots of tutorial websites. They'll teach you how to do that, and the same process works for Real Media, and the same process works for Windows Media, which was what we all had prior to Flash streaming MP3.
Right.
And Flash streaming MP3 was kind of the inspiration that made more of the audio more readily available on the internet, because the Flash player doesn't require anybody to really. People have the Flash player on their computers; they don't even know it. It's everywhere.
It's built in. It's built in now.
It's not that it's better; it's just that there's less roadblocks to making it work.
Right. You want to make it just like on a website. You want to make it as easy as possible for a person to order your products. When it comes to audio, you want to make it as easy as possible for people to listen to your audio message.
Right, and it's cross-platform. It works on Macintosh and PC is another advantage using Flash. So we've gotten to the point where we've said, okay, this is how you can entry-level get an audio file on your computer and ways that you can get it up and working on your website and way you can make audio products. But, one of the things that I am out trying to teach people and tell them about what products make it, raise the bar and make it better. Right. One of the reasons you and I met is because it's like, oh, that's a better microphone, that's a better piece of hardware,
right.
That's a better piece of software.
Because what you mark as far as the hardware goes, I was looking for something like that because I already knew I knew I needed a good microphone. I knew I needed good hardware to record this information because there's a lot of stuff that I do that's that I may sell that has a lot of value.
Exactly, and
I want high quality.
Well, and then of course once you get it's not just in the equipment alone; it's also in some of the techniques.
Right.
Okay, so one of the things I would recommend everyone doing is pay attention closely to what's done on radio and television. I mean, there's your model. Listen to what they do. We used to sell radio jingles. That's one of the things I did in the 80s. Is we would go out to people that were advertising on the radio, and we would try to sell them a jingle ID. What that means is singing the name of their business, like Coca-Cola does and like Delta does. I mean, if you listen to all the big advertisers, one of the things that we used to tell people was that these companies have unlimited resources to determine whether it was a wise decision to sing the name of their business. Now, there's psychological reasons why using music and actually singing lyric, there's physical reasons and there's psychological reasons why that's so powerful in advertising.
Well, you could, I mean, just think about it. I mean, how many songs does the average person remember? I know I remember far more than I can actually think of off the top of my head.
Exactly.
I mean, I couldn't put a number on them.
Well, there's a research why. Music attached to lyric uses left and right brain. That's a fact.
Makes sense.
Okay. So what happens is that when you associate lyric or text or copy, whatever you want to call it, to melody, you more than quadruple the memory retention of that message.
Right. Well, classic example, the ABCs.
What? The 26 unrelated sounds that 2-year-olds can memorize in a very short period of time.
Right.
If that was not set to melody, would that 2-year-old memorize those unrelated sounds?
Probably not.
Probably not. We used to do this. I don't know if I'm going to test you with this. This is an old jingle selling technique that we used to use when we sold people that needed to buy music from us but didn't understand why.
Okay.
Okay. You're probably too young, but I'm going to try it anyway. There was an old jingle that went da 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 da. Da 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 da. Now that was the melody.
Okay.
Excuse my singing. You don't remember that, do you, Armin?
No.
Yeah, you're a kid. You don't remember. Well, there may be some. But let me tell you something. I might tell you this. Let's see if you can do it. The lyric was Winston taste.
Oh, great.
What's the rest of it?
Great.
No good.
Okay, that was close. Hey, heck, when I was around, I was paying attention. I mean, they outlawed cigarette commercials.
Well, okay, here was our point. And we were doing this 20 years ago.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Well, now it's been 30 years since. But the list, Winston tastes good like a
cigarette should.
Okay, you remember the rest of it. That hasn't played in over 30 years.
Right.
Now, there was a guy who came on with copy right after that. Do you remember anything he said?
No.
Okay, the reason you remembered at least 3 of the words, and you probably weren't exposed to it as much as my generation.
Right.
But we have tested it with people. We would just play them the melody on a tape, and they would remember all the lyrics.
Right.
And hadn't heard it in years. That's concrete proof that music is very, very powerful in advertising, and advertisers on radio and television have known this and utilized this. Here's another great example. You tell me what these 2 notes connotate in your head. What do you see if I go da 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 da?
It's Jaws, obviously.
What's that got to do with a shark? Hollywood programmed the world to know that F to F sharp is on a cello is a shark.
Right.
That's the power of music. And using that and knowing these techniques. See, in other words, once you learn recording techniques, you can borrow, steal from the broadcast industry and really improve the subliminal power, selling power of your audio messages. Music sets the mood. If you want people to be serious, you can start with serious music. If you want them to be sad, if you want them to be energetic, hyper.
There's, just thinking about this, I can see a day, when each website that you go to will have a jingle, will have a message like that to get it through. Because as you're mentioning this, I think quite often, and one of the things that I'm thinking, I'm like, he's right, and I'm again, I haven't really talked to Mike about this, but I'm thinking, I could put a different jingle on each one of my websites, or because since all my websites end in generator, I could have a jingle for the whole generator line that every time someone came to my website, it may play just for a split second. Mm-hmm. Not annoying, but because you don't want to annoy people, but you could. You could do it, and it would make people remember at least my brand more than other people.
Well, let me talk about this real quick. This is something I want to get in this call before our beep goes again.
Okay.
No one in the world gets upset when you go, ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking with Armin Moore. We're brought to you by our sponsor, which we need to hear from right now. And if we played a commercial, we are programmed that knows that radio and television breaks for commercials.
Right.
Okay, if you do that on the internet, it's called spam.
Right.
Audio would allow you to advertise in the method that broadcast does, and it would not be considered wrong or inappropriate.
Right, right.
So I see the future. I think one of the most powerful uses of audio generator, and you've actually got some customers that are customer of mine that are creating niche internet radio and are producing radio commercials about products they sell on their website.
Right.
I think there's a tremendous opportunity there, because if you send out an unsolicited email trying to sell a product from your website, you're going to offend people. You're going to have problems. But you could have a really powerful program for 20 minutes and say, we're brought to you by such-and-such.com, providers of great services or whatever. Click on the button, the affiliate link on the left, or don't even say affiliate link, and then go on with your content. And people are going to hear that. We ordered a cell phone the other day, and they have audio commercials before you can set up the cell phone.
Oh yeah, that's pretty slick.
It's like, and nobody gets mad about that, because we're accustomed to the broadcast model. And so the internet kind of started these new rules on advertising. Okay, this is offensive, and if you do this, we're going to, and it's been abused. I'm not defending spam by any means.
Right, but
if you have killer content in your audio programming and know how to create that content, membership websites.
How to sell? I mean, just simply how to sell. You're selling through a different medium. I mean, it's not just, we can't just rely on one medium when we market online. We have to hit people from different angles. People are becoming callous to what we are offering. I mean, I tell everyone, I mean, my market happens to be the toughest market there is in the world. They've seen everything.
But you know what? I just to give you an example, on my website, I've got a button. This is what a good microphone sounds like, and this is what a bad one sounds like. I got 2 audio buttons on that page. I don't know how many people told me that. Well, what copy in the world would have said this is what a bad microphone sounds like and this is what a good one? I think.
Actually, you have to go to, what's the web page it's on? Sound Pages?
No, it's on InternetAudioGuy.com.
www.internetAudioGuy.com. Essentially, what Mike is saying, this is what Armin sounds like crappy, and this is what Armin sounds like on a good microphone, because that's the audio that he has on there. But it's so true. But Mike, I know we are probably going to get cut off here shortly, but here's the key, though. I want you to talk about real quick what you are going to be offering, what you're going to be talking about at the seminar real quick. I know you're going to have much more time there to do it. You're going to have an hour and a half.
Right. I want to demonstrate from the stage the tools that everybody is having success with that are my customers right now. I've got them, and I want people to see it in hand, in person, and watch it happen before their eyes and see that it's not that difficult, and that it's just, if you get past a little bit of a learning curve, you're going to be able to create the web messages, and you're going to be able to raise the bar on the quality by doing things like adding music and adding sound effects, and you're going to see demonstrated why they're so powerful. But then see, it goes on. Once you get past being scared of that microphone, there are multimedia tools out there now, which I'm going to demo, such as you use it, Camtasia. If you don't know about Camtasia, it's techsmith.com. I have it at InternetAudioGuy.com. It's how you can really resolve a lot of customer service issues, because you can create easily yourself multimedia software demos and
I do it all the time.
And Stephen Pierce is a great example of taking Camtasia and being tremendously successful with a product that he created. And Stephen doesn't know how to do Flash, but he created a powerful, successful product by getting past that learning curve of using the microphone and learning to use those pieces of software. There's a new piece of software I found called Articulate. That if you can create a PowerPoint presentation and use a microphone, you can instantly put your presentation up on the web or make it a product.
Right.
So we could take hours talking about what's available that people don't utilize.
There's and I know you're going to be going over that in great detail at the big seminar. And now, one of the things I just want to mention to everyone too is that I know you and I were talking about this right before the call, and Mike was talking about basically is ways for people to come to the seminar. So what he did is he came up with this crazy offer for people to come to the seminar. It's by far the best thing I've ever heard. In fact, this is going to sound strange to you, but it's true. It's so good that I actually can't say it on this conference call. I mean, it's honestly, I can't say it not in good faith, but I want you to write this down. Okay, everyone, just write this down right now, because this will give you the instant information on what Mike's going to offer people to come to the big seminar. And if you don't send an email to this, you're crazy. It's here it is, and write this down exactly as I say it. 12485. Those are all numbers. Just 12485 at quickpaypro.com. Okay, that's an email address. 12485. It's just 12,485. That's the number, at quickpaypro.com. Send an email to that, and you're going to see what I mean by it's just a crazy offer. If you're interested in coming to the seminar, just email that right now, because I know, Mike, you said it's only going to be available till you get back from Australia.
Right, correct.
And you're coming back, what, the
29th.
29th. No, you can't do 29th. There is no 29th. We're in February.
Yeah, it's leap year.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh. Well,
it does that every 4 years.
Little do I know. I think there is no February 29th. But, okay, so you're coming back on the 29th. You're coming back on the 29th, and that offer will be valid for them. Again, let me just repeat that again. 1,200. Well, let me just spell it out for you. 12485 at quickpaypro.com. And then just send a blank email address. Just put that into the two of your email. Send it to there, and you'll get an instant response back immediately. So when we get off this call, just go ahead and do that. You'll see what Mike's offer is. But folks, we got to wrap this up because we're going to get cut off here any second again. But Mike, thank you for taking the time for being with us. And folks, the big seminar is coming up soon. All I'm going to say to you is this: if you don't come to the big seminar, maybe you can come next time. But the truth is that the seminar that we have is changing lives. It has changed lives, and it's going to continue to do that. We'd like to, hopefully make a part and be a part in your life with that. We're going to have a great event there. Send an email to that website address that Mike gave you. It's an offer that I think is just nuts. It's 12485 at quickpaypro.com. You'll get all his details regarding that. But again, we're going to have a conference call on Thursday. I'm still going to be in Australia. We're going to be talking with Alexandria Brown, the Easing Queen, on Thursday evening at the same time. I'll send everyone an email, let you know about that call. But again, we'd like to thank everyone for being on the call tonight, and we look forward to seeing everyone in Orlando at the big seminar. Everyone have a great night. Bye-bye, everybody.